Wimbledon wrapped up this weekend. On the gentleman's side, Jannik Sinner wins Wimbledon's final 3-1 over Carlos Alcaraz. That is Sinner's fourth major and his third in the last four played. Iga Swiatek wins the women's final 6-0, 6-0 in 2 sets. That's the first perfect match in a women's final since 1988. To football, we're just over a week away from the start of Bills training camp. Browns second-round rookie running back Quinshon Judkins was arrested in Florida over the weekend on charges of domestic battery. Chargers second-round rookie Trey Harris did not report along with all the other LA rookies to training camp this weekend. Chargers go early because of the Hall of Fame game. Harris is unsigned and holding out. 30 of the 32 second-round NFL draft picks from the second round are still unsigned. That includes Bills defensive tackle TJ Sanders, and Harris the first of them to hold out. Finally, in football, Ndamukong Suh announces his retirement from the NFL. Did not play last season. Five-time All-Pro is calling it quits. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. Gang's all here.
The gang is all here.
1 week before training camp. Well, like 9 days. We're all back. This is the first time we've all been here since what? It's a while, right? Like Josh was off before I was off.
Yep.
Owen was out for a little bit there, right? Like, you're here, I'm here. We're all here.
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks. At least, was it before all the Sabres offseason stuff probably happened?
Maybe.
All the Sabres offseason stuff. They signed 2 players. Sorry.
Yeah. Quickly, if you could, recap everything I missed in the last 11 days.
There you go.
All right. Good.
Over.
I saw...
Wimbledon was fun, you know?
Yeah.
What else? The Blue Jays won like a bunch of games in a row. The Club World Cup happened, I guess. Although I guess I didn't watch any of it.
No.
Then nothing happened with the Bills, really, which is good, right? Like
that's good.
This is probably the time of year where the only thing that could happen with a team would be, the Chargers are maybe going through this right now. Najee Harris has an eye injury from a fireworks accident.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's the kind of news you might hear from your football team. Harris, I guess, is going to be okay. I guess there's not like a lot of details on it, but should be ready for the start of the year.
Eye patch will get a question, like, hey, something happened there?
Yeah.
Especially right after July 4th, so okay.
Yeah.
Good. That happened. What else? I had a Dynasty Fantasy draft while I was out, so I don't know if that means what that means to you, but did that.
A rookie draft or
a rookie draft.
Okay,
yes.
Not like a restart, like a startup.
Rookie and veterans, free agents, blah blah blah. So the Quinshon Judkins news has hit that league pretty whoa. Okay.
Where did you pick in that one? High?
I picked very high. I picked 2 and 6, and I'll trade it up back into the first for Luther Burden because I'm obsessed with wide receivers. I'm the same guy as when I left.
Yeah.
What did I do? I went into that dynasty draft, needing running backs. What did I come out with, Joe? Travis Hunter and Luther Burden.
Mm-hmm.
Am I going to change my stripes now? No, thanks.
Yep, I got my Scott Fishbowl draft that is currently going right now. Actually, I am on the clock, but the draft is paused until 8 a.m.
Oh, good.
So I could make the pick whenever I want, but my clock doesn't start until 8.
Okay.
Because it stops overnight. So at some point I'll make that pick. Michael Penix is the top-ranked player on the board right now.
Have a good time with that.
Yeah.
I started watching the quarterback series. I think I'm going to keep on that for a little while.
Okay.
What else happened? I've got some stuff. I was on vacation with my family. So my wife's family, our family, there's a big yearly, week-long, everybody goes to a lake in does the thing, which is amazing. It was wonderful. Golfed a little bit. I saw a Chinook helicopter. Maybe you saw. I posted the video of that.
The video was crazy.
That was pretty wild.
I didn't know. Okay, so I didn't know where you were. That was the day. So Nate was in one day last week on Tuesday, and we were sitting here in the break, and that video popped up on my phone, and I didn't know the context of that course is next to an airbase,
a small airport. It's just a small airport in Penyan.
Okay,
and we heard this sound, and we come across, we come over the hill on the 12th hole, the 12th green, and sure enough, there's a 2-rotor military Chinook just. Yeah. Doing passes, and you can wave to a guy in the back. So that was a highlight. That was cool.
Yeah, because on the video, you can't tell right away that there is an airport there, and it's just, is this an emergency landing?
Right.
Why is there a military-style helicopter that is landing, in the fairway?
Yeah.
But it didn't actually land in the fairway. But that's a pretty unique experience, I would say.
Yeah, not too far from the green complex where we were. And funny thing happened after tweeting it out. I pointed out that I double bogeyed the 2 holes where we saw the helicopter, and someone said we should call double bogeys Chinooks.
Call double bogeys Chinooks.
Because that's the kind of helicopter I guess that it was. And
right.
Then
it's got the double
2 rotors.
2 rotors.
And what do 2 rotors look like? 2 pluses.
Okay.
Put me down for a Chinook.
Okay.
I think it's kind of good.
Yeah.
I do have other golf content to get to from that day of golf. I experienced one of the wildest things I've ever seen on a golf course. So we'll get caught up on that.
More than the helicopter? Wilder than the helicopter?
Equally memorable.
Equally memorable.
memorable.
Didn't really answer the question, but he kind of answered the question. Okay. All right, I'm excited.
So, yeah, that's what's up. Happy to be back.
It's a major week, by the way. You're back just in time for a major week.
That's right. I watched a lot of the Scottish Open yesterday, which featured brown grass.
Yes.
Brown fairways.
Yes.
Isn't it beautiful? Look at this beautiful place. Brown, not just, your usual European British Open style golf, but brown.
Is it weird that it's brown more there when it feels like it rains more often?
I don't know how it works.
Because it rains more in Scotland. Undoubtedly, it rains more there than it does here, and yet shouldn't their grass be greener then? Or no?
Yeah.
Because they don't got we got the Kentucky bluegrass and the Bermuda, whatever.
Bent grass, all that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else we catching up on? Everyone saw Nate's feet on Twitter.
If you have not seen, imagine somebody who has no idea what we're talking about right now. If you have not seen Nate's feet on Twitter, it is must see.
Yeah.
Must see. You can't believe it's real.
No, it's crazy.
You can't believe it's real. It's like he lathered them in the what's the old man sunscreen? The zinc.
Yeah.
He just dumped his feet in a bucket of zinc sunscreen before he walked out onto the turf to hit a golf ball.
Yep.
It's crazy. Amazing.
We also got new lights in here.
Yeah, this is your first time in here with the
lights.
This is
my first time in here with the new lights and the camera that looks a little more directly. So, when we're making these awesome points, people can stare. I can look directly into people's souls if that's what they want. So, is this angle better for us? Probably. I'm good with it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's right on as opposed to off to the side a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, and just put up a picture of Nate's feet on the YouTube channel if you want.
He did.
So this is where the YouTube feed, if you're following us on the stream, like and subscribe and join us and watch us there, you can get the visual of Nate's feet on the show. And you might think you don't want that, and that's all right if you don't. So anyway, it was a great time away, great week away. I've been away for a while. Been with family for a while. My family visited, then we went away with my wife's family. So it's been nuts.
Was it also blisteringly hot at the lake you were at?
It
was miserably hot.
Yeah, it was. It was 90. It was 90 degrees. We were very close. So, if you want to just jump in the water, you could do that.
You had the lake.
We did. We had the lake right there.
If you're going to have a week like that, be at a body of water. Because here it was like, when you don't have that relief, it's just you feel like you are drowning from the humidity and being lit on fire simultaneously from how hot it was.
Yeah.
It was brutal the last couple of days. And I think today maybe is supposed to be a little or tomorrow maybe. Yeah. There's another hot day coming.
It's starting to feel like training camp. That's what that feels like.
Yes.
A lot of times we'll do the feels like football conversation where you walk outside, there's a crisp kind of chill in the air, and it feels like football. training camp is blisteringly hot, where, for the players on the field, I'd imagine it's very hot. Of course, they take precautions and all that. But if you're there, you don't want to sit on the bleachers with your bare skin kind of heat. That's what you get when you go to Fisher. Or if you're a member of the media, you're standing on the track, and it feels like the sun is beating you so hard that the soles of your sneakers will melt into the track. So it feels like training camp, and we're getting closer. I know the rookies are reporting in Detroit and L.A. for the Chargers. We've got the situation with the second-round picks. Nobody signed. Mm-hmm. All right. That's a league-wide story that's just kind of quiet. Hey, none of the second-round picks signed. Okay.
It maybe can be related to the collusion story from the last week. I guess that might be the story you missed over the week, which is that owners colluded to keep guaranteed money down, and here are second-round rookies as a collective basically saying we're not signing for anything but the fully guaranteed amount, which is what the only two second-round rookies that have signed so far signed for fully guaranteed contracts.
Yep.
So are the rest going to hold firm on that? I mean, the first guy that got tested on that, Trey Harris in L.A., is not at Chargers training camp. So, honestly, it's not as big a deal because he plays as important of a role, but James Cook said he's going to be at training camp. There's really no holdout coming from him. TJ Sanders might not be there next week for the Bills. If this rookie's not going, and we'll see if anybody else reports before the Bills do and has that tested. But right now, I feel like Sanders won't be there. Be my guess right now. I mean, it kind of sounds like none of the second-round rookies are going to be at their team's training camps.
Well, it's
I don't even know if they can be if they're not signed. Maybe is that the thing where they can be, but even if they're not signed, but there's injury risk to that.
Yeah.
So he could be there, but I just feel like if he's not signed, then why take the risk?
So a couple things on this. I did see the collusion story about the guaranteed money, and I know that Pablo Torre and Mike Florio have been all over this document about it gets pretty legalese and in the weeds, and if you're a big football fan, maybe you do care, maybe you don't care about this kind of thing. The second-round pick part of it, I know that Trey Harris is the first one to not show up. Mm-hmm. I feel like, collusion's a funny thing when you have a union where they're all trying to do the same thing for each other, mm-hmm. and owners that are competing against that union try to do all the same things for each other. The idea that
mm-hmm.
owners would want to keep guaranteed money down is not the least bit shocking, because when they go to negotiations for a new CBA, they all get together and make a plan together. Mm-hmm. So to me, collusion between competing businesses is one thing. It's for these airlines to rig prices on flights or something like that. In this case, you've got all these NFL teams that are thought to be competitors, but they are in the same league. They are not really competitors. They are on the same team. They are raising money together. They are splitting money from television networks, and that money is going bonkers. So the idea that they're colluding, to me, does make sense. Mm-hmm. With Trey Harris, in his case, the only reason he's the story is because that's the first team that went to camp. There are, 20 picks between him and the next guy that's supposed to sign? The first two picks of the second round, that's Carson Schwessinger and Jaden Higgins, got fully guaranteed deals. The next guy up is Nick Emenwari
mm-hmm.
of Seattle. Safety. He got drafted by the Seahawks. He'd be the next one up. For Harris to either report or do anything would basically be jumping over 20 players in the timeline of, hey, what's going to happen here? Who's going to break first? So when we get to next week and training camps start to open up in earnest with rookies, I bet we don't see 21 guys all sitting out. That's just my bet. I don't know if that's going to be right or not, but somebody here is going to break right in the second round, whether it's a team or if it's a player. You see the usual, all the GMs want to fight this other GM because he gave his player a contract that's fair.
Yeah.
They're mad at him. Okay, congratulations.
Well, that was, not maybe that this was fair, but that was part of the collusion part of it was there were text messages between a bunch of different owners. I think the Chargers owner and the Cardinals owner were the ones that I saw made the rounds the most, and it was basically, the The bad part of those texts, I think, was like, hey, if you set up Kyler's contract this way, and they named these quarterbacks, which is why I think they could actually take legal action against the teams if they really wanted to. But it was, hey, if you do this with Kyler, then I'll be able to do this with Justin Herbert next year. But I think what preceded it all was them both texting with each other about, like, are you kidding me, Cleveland? Like, what did you give Deshaun Watson? That calling the owner an idiot and, being very upset with the Browns, basically, that you gave Deshaun Watson that contract, which I think is the source of all of this, by the way.
Right.
I think you're probably right. Like, 21 guys sitting out. Maybe we have a few, but, I don't know who will want to. It depends. One guy's going to have to want to be that first through, and, do they care enough? I mean, I think what might make it different with them, if they see their rookie counterparts as like a stronghold or something as compared to your teammates, but you really don't know your teammates yet. And that might make it a little different. Like James Cook will report to training camp in part, he said he wants his money, he doesn't want to get fined, but in part because he's a part of the culture now, right? And he knows all the guys and he's been close to the Super Bowl with them, and he might feel ingrained in everything that's happening with the Bills and feel like he's a part of it. Whereas a rookie that's only done been to rookie minicamp so far in OTAs, he might feel more inclined to sit out if everybody else is, because he might not feel as ingrained in all that culture and that team atmosphere that somebody that's played there for 3 years might.
There's also the possibility that, so Emin Wari is really the next one up. They offer him a contract that's not fully guaranteed, but mostly guaranteed, and maybe it's missing two small pieces. He's like, fine, I'll sign it. Let's go to get the camp. And now you're on to Judkins, by the way, who's in the news and has not yet signed.
They might want to skip over that one.
That situation might be tough. The Texans also have another guy in the second round. So to have signed a fully guaranteed second round pick, they have another guy later.
That's right.
I don't know if they're going to do that there. So is it an interesting story? I think it is for the people that like to really get in the weeds on the league and the legalities and all that stuff. But
it's only really an interesting story for everybody if it graduates to such an extreme level, which is that they are all sitting out.
Right, the entire second round. I saw Chris Long said this, and he's probably right. He said on his Greenlight podcast, he said, basically, this is big news only because football's not happening yet. And the moment everybody gets to camp, and he wasn't trying to say that like to bury it, just that the moment everybody gets to camp, this story is going to go get buried, and we're going to watch guys catching footballs and watch guys throwing footballs, and we're all going to be in football mode, and that's that. And you might have a month or two to find out what's happening with this part of it, the collusion part of it, the guaranteed money part of it, and then it's Thursday night, and off we go. Thursday night football. We are 8 weeks away, less than 8 weeks away now from the start of the season, so 8 weeks from yesterday is the Bills-Ravens opener.
Real quick to end on this, one guy that I feel like will be tested more than anybody on this if the other second-round rookies haven't signed by next week. Tyler Shuck went 40th overall, one pick ahead of TJ Sanders. And is he not the betting favorite to start week 1 next year for the Saints? And if this thing is still going next week when camp shows up, is he going to be like on the phone with his agent like, okay, what are we doing here? Yeah. I'm not going to go. Like I'm maybe going to start. And if I'm not there for a week, does that put me behind the 8 ball? Do they now put who's the other guy? Spencer Rattler above me now to start? Like if he might be thinking about starting more than he's thinking about any of the guaranteed money part of it. So that might be the guy that, if nobody has signed in a few days, that guy might sign just because he needs to get rolling. He needs to be throwing footballs at training camp so that he can start for them in week 1.
803-0550. I wouldn't expect anyone to have a real, thought or take on all the second round picks are not signed.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, TJ Sanders, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how he makes a difference for the Bills. I'm sure he'll get signed. I'm sure it'll all eventually figure itself out. Maybe in the week after rookies report, it'll be 2 days late for every second round pick. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But camp is approaching.
Well, if it's 9 days away, then the day before veterans report, right? Mm-hmm. So wouldn't a week from today be when rookies report?
For the Bills, I believe so.
Okay, so a week from today for rookies.
Actually,
right? I think that's right.
In some cases, you go, well, there's reporting to St. John Fisher, there's reporting to the facilities.
Right.
Whatever. For the Bills and their camp dates, I'll find the very latest on this. Players report, rookies report tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for
a week early.
Yep,
okay.
A week early.
Sweet.
So they're going to be at rookies will be at St. John Fisher tomorrow, just rookies. And that's your draft class, your UDFAs, that's Max Hairston, that's not Sanders. I guess tomorrow's the day we find out for that.
Nobody's there though, so
media's not there.
Would we even find out really if Sanders is there?
It's a good question.
I feel like we might not. Sal's in Italy, so we know he won't be there.
Sal is in Italy.
We know one media member definitely will not be there unless he is flying from Florence overnight to get to St. John Fisher.
To recap what the entire WGR staff is doing, on the one side I got Nate's feet tweeted at the world, and on the other side Sal tweeted a dinner from Italy that looked to be a bolognese and a glass of red wine, and it made me want to make the trip myself immediately.
Yep.
So I think Sal wins that one.
The picture of Florence with all the red roofs across, like that'd be a place to be right now. It's probably very hot there though.
Yeah, that's probably right. But we're here, we're hanging out. We've got a major championship this weekend with the Open Championship, the British Open, whichever you want to call it. I'm not going to be a golf snob on that. I do have a golf question for you later on.
Okay.
It is 9 days from the start of training camp. Rookies report tomorrow, and off we go. That kind of good stuff. The Sabres are dormant. We'll let you know.
I was just going to say dormant.
Dormant?
Dormant's the word.
Like a volcano that's dormant. You don't know if it'll ever actually erupt again, but, it's there.
Yeah. Byram has arbitration in like a couple weeks. So by then, maybe we have something that has happened between him and them. I did a podcast yesterday where the guy led me in with, it's been a very active offseason for the Sabres. I'm like, I think that's the reason people might be upset right now. It does not feel like it's been very active. They have signed like 2 players that might play for the team.
I saw
this year.
NHL.com
traded for 2 more.
Tweeted out, it's been a fascinating offseason for the Buffalo Sabres.
Fascinating.
I wouldn't say that necessarily. But.
Fascinating, active, dormant. Dormant feels like the most accurate, I would say, so far of those 3.
So anyway, home run derby tonight.
Home run derby tonight. Like,
home run derby.
I used to love the home run derby. I'm not even like a huge fan of baseball when I was a kid, but I would always watch the home run derby. And like you just told me that, like I had no idea. I don't know what's the format. We're doing clocks and stuff now.
They've done that for a couple of years.
We're doing like round robins or something.
What are they supposed to do? The home run derby has got to be the number one. You're a kid and you liked it event. It's got to be number one.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you're 12.
Adults didn't used to like the home run derby?
I don't know. Maybe. But I bet they liked it more when they were a kid, too.
I think what they're really supposed to do is just everybody hits, and whoever hit the most home runs win. None of this, bracket, double round robin, this guy plays this guy, and wait, this guy had the most home runs, but this is the guy who won. Didn't we have that last year? The guy who hit the most home runs did not win the home run derby.
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
Like, just line them up, and whoever hits the most home runs wins. Anyone who wants to pitch it to him, get Chris Berman on the mic and let him scream back, 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 back until the ball goes out of play.
Yep.
And there's your derby.
I might go for 2 rounds, maybe. But, yeah, you do get a situation where a guy hits 30 in the first round, and then he's gassed by the time they get to the championship or the final round.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought the home run derby was about the park, too. Like, what the park looks like. Fenway, Wrigley, Baltimore.
I remember it in San Francisco one of those years. Where it was really
are they going to hit it in the water?
In the water, yeah.
There's a lot of cool places where the park is really the star, so you can see where guys can hit it to. And tonight it's Atlanta, and I got to be honest, I don't know that park that well. I'm not that worried about that park. I know it's kind of new. Does it have any sort of characteristic like Wrigley or Camden where Ken Griffey Jr. hits the warehouse? Probably not. So, okay. Will I pop that on? Yes, I will. But home run derby memories for me. The other thing I think about is, and we'll have to see if they still do this, that they still have approximately 60 fifth graders running around trying to catch the ball in the air. Because that's always fun.
That was cool.
Which kid is going to take a dive?
Yep.
Which kid's going to actually come up with the catch? That's all tonight.
I hope they have that. I hope they have the fifth graders running around. I'm looking at a picture of Truist Park right now in Atlanta, and there's no distinguishing feature that I would say they're hitting into.
Yeah, all right.
Tonight, just a
Atlanta
scoreboard and some buildings,
Very
basically.
Good. 803-0550 if you want to join us, 1-888-550-2550. I've got a thought on a Bills Twitter poll for you about their offseason. Now that we are the week before camp, feels like if you want to, we can kind of look back on their offseason. Did they have a good one? Did they have a great one? Where do Bills fans kind of land? I mean, we all feel pretty good about the team, but how about the offseason? I'll put a Twitter poll up. I'll ask you what you think about that. I've got a golf question. I've got a taco question. I've got a great taco question. Yesterday I watched some of the 3-on-3 league. Have you done that yet?
Wait, like Ice Cubes?
The basketball Big Three.
The Big Three?
Yeah, I watched some of that yesterday.
I remember watching it like 5 years ago when it first started. I don't even think I knew it was still going.
Saw Lance Stevenson yesterday. He's in that.
Oh, I did know it was still going because I did see a video of him a week ago.
Yeah.
You watched that?
I watched some of that.
Was that at the lake?
No, that was That was yesterday. Back home, attempting to clean the house, and I put the Big Three on, and 6 minutes in, there was a conversation about challenging for who touched the ball when it went out of bounds, and I was like, "See you later." No, I watched a little more than that, so I've got some takeaways to share with you. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We're all back. It's it's football time almost. Rookies report tomorrow, and the Bills open camp next week, Wednesday. So with the Hall of Fame game approaching quickly, we are 17 days away, right, from the Hall of Fame game. That's when that thing goes.
Yep.
On the 31st, the last day in July this month. We've got lots to get to. Tyler Dunn scheduled to join us a little bit later today. Also, Ben Gretsch. He has a Substack called Stealing Signals, which is good for fantasy, for gambling, and just for knowing kind of what's in there to find out about these teams in the NFL. His most recent post was about the AFC East, so I reached out and said, like, hey, Ben, let's dig into this. What he called it was unpredictable offenses, plural. And he included something about the Bills that I think people will find interesting. So that's at 9:30. I'll get you that stat from Ben on the Bills. Before we do that, plenty to get to. It's going to be hot out there today. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. We got the situation with the second-round picks. Nobody signed. Mm-hmm. All right. That's a league-wide story that's just kind of quiet. You know, hey, none of the second-round picks signed. Okay.
It maybe can be related to the collusion story from the last week. I guess that might be the story you missed over the week, which is that owners colluded to keep guaranteed money down. And here are second-round rookies as a collective basically saying we're not signing for anything but the fully guaranteed amount, which is what the only two second-round rookies that have signed so far signed for fully guaranteed contracts.
Yep.
So are the rest going to hold firm on that? I mean, the first guy that got tested on that, Trey Harris in L.A., is not at Chargers training camp. So, like, honestly, it's not as big a deal because he plays as important of a role, but like James Cook said he's going to be at training camp. There's really no holdout coming from him. TJ Sanders might not be there next week for the Bills. Like if this rookie's not going, and we'll see if anybody else reports before the Bills do and has that tested. But right now, I feel like Sanders won't be there. Be my guess right now. I mean, it kind of sounds like none of the second round rookies are going to be at their team's training camps. The other day, I was thinking about all the stuff around Josh. You know, how good is the infrastructure? How much help are they really giving him? And I was thinking about the 90s. We shared a lot of memories yesterday about first games at the stadium, and there were a lot of good 80s and 90s references that were brought up. And I was thinking about that team and how Kelly is at the helm, but he's got Hall of Famers all around him. He's got, what is it, 4 other Hall of Famers, including Marv? Marv, Thurman, Andre, Bruce. 4 Hall of Famers. How many does Josh have? And those 4 were all with Kelly the whole time. The whole time. Josh has how many? Dawkins might be one of them. That's possible. He's got some work to do, of course. Like, he's going to have to be one of these tackles that plays close to 40 at a really high level. But that does happen a lot. Jason Peters just retired at like 44. And he was playing awesome in his late 30s. Trent Williams is still arguably the best tackle in football, and he's like 37. So Dawkins could be one of those guys. Wimbledon wrapping up this weekend. Yannick Sinner wins the Wimbledon final on the men's side, 3-1 over Carlos Alcaraz. That's Sinner's 4th major. Iga Swiatek wins the women's final, 6-0, 6-0. It's the first perfect match in a women's final since 1988. In football, Chargers reported training camp over the weekend. They are there early because they have the Hall of Fame game at the end of this month. Chargers second-round rookie Trey Harris did not report with all the other LA rookies to training camp. Harris is unsigned, as are 30 of the 32 second-round NFL draft picks. Ndamukong Suh retires from the NFL. 5-time All-Pro. Browns second-round rookie Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State was arrested in Florida on charges of domestic battery. The league did not have a statement over the weekend when asked about it. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's Yannick Sinner's time to shine at Wimbledon. A show of force to dethrone his rival here.
Wimbledon.
I watched that whole match.
Yeah?
It was long.
Chris Fowler on the call there?
Yeah. Like, it was a fight. Like, it was completely even back and forth until there was a point in the 4th set where it's like, okay, Sinner's going to win this thing. Those are going to be the two. They're both in their early 20s. I mean, they're going to do that match 900 times in the next 12 years, right?
Yeah, probably. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Monday. It's July 14th. Bills get to training camp in 9 days, and rookies report tomorrow. So for Bills rookies, they report tomorrow. I put up a Twitter poll about the Bills offseason we can get to. I also have seen there's the NFL 100s going, and executives and coaches just have released their top 10 at every position as well now.
Yep, through Jeremy Fowler's piece.
Yeah, Jeremy Fowler has that. So that's new. That's top 10 at every position. Deion Dawkins getting some love. He's on that list. Mm-hmm. Spencer Brown, honorable mention. I'd like to issue a ruling, or one thing this is ranking season, right? We know that.
Yes.
It's ranking season.
Yep.
You can see a lot of stuff. I got a rule for everybody. Here's a rule to follow.
Okay.
If Mahomes isn't number 1, he has to be number 3. What I'm saying is you can't, in your rankings, you can't split Allen and Jackson. End of rule. That's it. You can't split those two. Because I saw one over the weekend. I'm trying to find which one it was. And the ranking went Lamar, Mahomes, Josh. Not allowed.
I thought it was going to be Josh, Mahomes, Lamar.
Also, not allowed.
Because maybe on that one you could defend it with Allen has been good in the playoffs and Lamar hasn't.
No.
But
the rule is, are you a rings person or not? Mm-hmm. And if you're a rings person, we can disagree. You can put Mahomes number 1. And if it's not rings, then he can't be number 2.
Okay.
You can't split Allen and Jackson. Can't do it.
Yeah.
What's your argument? Oh, I put Jackson number 1 because he's the best quarterback in football. And then I put Mahomes number 2. He's had 2 good years. It's fun. And I don't care about that. He got some rings. And then I'm going to go to the quarterback that's had much better years the last 2 years. Can't do it. So there's my rule on ranking season. If you split Allen and Jackson, you are not having a good process. I'm just going to say something. It doesn't hold up. How do you do it? I think Allen's number 1. Oh, okay, great. Then who's number 2? Is it Lamar? No, it's the guy with rings. Figure it out. Are you a rings person or not?
Yeah. I don't even know what the defense would be.
How would you split them?
Like I said, I could see somebody saying the thing about the playoffs if Jackson and Allen were reversed. I wouldn't agree with that. I don't even know what you would say to the Lamar number 1. What would you do with? Did you see what Warren Sharp did last week? Where he had Mahomes number 5.
Good.
On a second tier.
Love it.
But do you know who the 4 were ahead of him?
Allen.
Yep.
Jackson.
Yep.
Burrow.
No.
Okay.
Burrow was on Mahomes A+ tier. S+, which I guess stood for Superstar Plus, was
Jaden Daniels,
and then Jalen Hurts.
Well, Jaden Daniels, they put the executives put 5th
amongst all quarterbacks.
Yes. And
it was only 1 year, but it was.
Are you here telling me that Warren Sharp put Jalen Hurts ahead of Mahomes?
He did.
Okay, that's a tough one. That's going to be a tough one.
He put him S+ was Allen, Jackson, Hurts, and Daniels.
Okay. Well, whatever.
Yeah.
These rankings, it's whatever. It's fun, but
yes,
man, I don't know how you split the two. And for the executives, the coaches, and the scouts, like them ranking their top 10 quarterbacks, they put Mahomes number 1. Like, all right, fine. Your executives, your coaches, your scouts, you want to do that. Fowler writes, Mahomes' grip on the top spot is loosening slightly. I think it's loosening greatly.
I guess just what? It's for that person, it's going to be, I need 3 years between him winning a Super Bowl and not winning it before I'm willing to take him off the top peg. Or would some people just never do it at all? At some point, you have to do it.
Who won Wimbledon 5 years ago?
If he's 42 and not the best quarterback anymore, you can't all use the most rings.
Let's do it with what you just mentioned, the Wimbledon winner. Who won Wimbledon 4 years ago and hasn't been that good since?
Well, I mean,
that's
Djokovic won 3 years ago, but he lost in the semis pretty easily to Sinner. So, would somebody put him? Why you wouldn't put him above Sinner right now in a power rankings? We just saw him.
You would think,
right? We just saw him not win it, and he's older.
Fowler points out Mahomes finished first or second in QBR 4 straight times. In the last 2 years, he's finished 8th. So, it's quite clear what's happened there. I mean, I'm not telling you he can't ever get back there, but anyway.
The last 2 years, I brought up some numbers last week where he was, if I'm remembering right, 24th in yards per attempt, adjusted yards per attempt even, and 23rd in passer rating. I guess QBR is factoring in the rushing, and he's maybe been better at that the last 2 seasons, but like in the 20s in yards per attempt and passer rating. Like, and he's number 1? He's only number 1 because of the rings. You wouldn't be you wouldn't be telling me he's number 1 because he's been the best quarterback the last 2 years.
No, not at all.
You're doing it because you feel like you have to, because you're bowing at the altar of he's won. That's it.
Yeah, hopefully that we stop bowing there soon.
And then that person should be putting Jalen Hurts above. How are we doing it? Are we just doing it on rings? Are we just counting? Because Jalen Hurts then's better than Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
Go ahead, tell me that's true. Hurts has been better statistically the last 2 years than Mahomes has.
I think most people would look at Hurts and say there's a lot of the ecosystem is incredible there. You know, he doesn't.
That's right.
He doesn't get, and he probably. I'm not saying he should. He doesn't get the Purdy Tua treatment of everybody around him is great. That's why he's great. But there's
he might a little
have
bit.
One of the best offensive lines. They have incredible weapons. It's all there around him. I think he's a heck of a player, and he's another one that in the playoffs has come up and been great. I mean, he's played in 2 Super Bowls and been incredible in those 2 games. So,
right.
For what it's worth. 803-0550. Anyway, I put a Twitter poll up about the Bills' offseason. Next week, the Bills start training camp. Let's check in. How good was their offseason? Do you think they had a good offseason? And I put up 4 options on the Twitter poll. I thought about these answers yesterday, and if someone asks me to really explain them, I don't know that I can differentiate between probably and sure, but your options are, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? Hell yeah, probably, sure, or no.
I think I could try to explain the difference because I voted for sure.
Okay, because I voted for probably.
Okay, you voted for probably.
Yes.
I voted for sure.
I think they probably had a good offseason.
If someone asks, okay, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? And my response is probably. That sounds like, okay, that went pretty good.
Yeah, they probably had a good offseason.
And
I think
whereas
they probably did.
When I'm voting, it might depend on how you're emphasizing it. Your tone is. But it's, okay, did you think the Bills had a good offseason? And I go, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, they had a good offseason. That's about how I would say sure. Like, sure, they had a good offseason. There's a gap there.
There is
between probably.
I'm not sure what the gap is, but there is a gap there.
There is a gap.
I think the answer is probably. They probably had a good offseason. I certainly couldn't get to hell yeah because there's a lot of room left for that.
Yeah.
And maybe we look back and they did have one that good. But right now, how good you feel about it, they probably had a good offseason. And a lot of that's buoyed by the fact that they're, consistently good to great.
That's right.
And,
my holdup would be that it's not necessarily their fault, but the one thing I think they needed to do more than anything this offseason was to go land a star player.
Blue chip talent.
A blue chip talent, a whale at any position, really. And again, partially not their fault. Those guys didn't get moved. They didn't do it.
No, so what happens is they have to find one.
So you did the best you could, but
you have to find one, and maybe they found one somewhere along the way, and it's just not obvious.
Right. Like, hell yeah, to me, maybe that's where I should be more open to probably, because I think you can't say hell yeah unless they had done Myles Garrett. Or maybe you would consider Metcalf that. Maybe, you would consider TJ Watt that. If they had done something like that, I'd be like, hell yeah. That's the Von Miller offseason. They signed Von Miller, and the next day it was like they're winning the Super Bowl. Let's go. The favorites everywhere. That's hell yeah. So I think you should be debating probably and sure. I also wouldn't want to say no. No, I think should probably finish last. They did. Everyone seems to like their draft, especially the early picks. They definitely needed to add on the defense. They did that. And I think the other reason I don't think you could say no is, I wanted to see them get better at wide receiver. Sure, I would have liked to see them do even better than they did, like Terry McLaurin or, Metcalf or something like that, but they definitively got better with Palmer and Moore compared to Cooper and Hollins. Even at that position, which was really the only position on offense they could have got better at, they, I think, got better.
I continue to look at the guys that have left and that are not on teams and think that's one way to say you got better. And this is not exactly timely right now, but I'm seeing on Pro Football Talk that Nyheim Hines says He's ready to go. He can play.
I saw workout videos,
and for me, it's another example of, man, they've been searching for veterans and really kind of, I don't know about scraping the bottom of the barrel. They traded for Hines, and then he never really did anything other than 2 kick returns. But it kind of indicates these things they've looked for. And this offseason was about being, I don't know, it feels like they're a little less desperate for some stuff. Maybe because they had more picks. Maybe it's because they signed a few more free agents to shorter-term deals. And I don't know, like it just feels like when I talk about Douglas, Cooper, and Vaughn still not on teams, I get like Hines is adjacent to that, but they did a good job of getting younger, if nothing else. And that doesn't mean better, but that means you have the opportunity, if they are good players, that they will be good players for a long time. Yeah,
I'm looking at a list of like the best available free agents, and like 5 of the top 6 are former Bills. They're not all like last year, but Douglas, who we've talked about, Rasul Douglas is available still. Amari Cooper is available still. Then you get to like Gabe Davis is available still, right? Like he hasn't signed anywhere. And then like you go, I gotta go way back. Stephon Gilmore is one of these names here. Like really the only top name that is still there that hasn't played for the Bills is Asante Samuel Jr.
Right.
Who is still
out there.
Who is still a free agent, yeah.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. We'll talk with Tyler Dunn. We'll talk with Ben Gretsch, some football chatter along the way. Later in the week, Peter Marlette Jr. of U.S. Pro Soccer to talk about that project where the stadium they were going to build down at Elkin, I forget streets, whatever. It's been scrapped and moving somewhere else.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that, and that's later in the week. Jeremy and Joe, happy Monday. We're back. The whole gang's here. We're under the lights. It's bright in here. I did search for a movie reference that none of you will know because it was from when I was a kid. It's when the Dick Tracy put Mumbles under the lights. These are the lights. You're not going to get that reference. It's okay. Nope. Somebody out there might. It's a deep reference.
Is this from the Sylvester Stallone arm wrestling movie?
Dick Tracy? No, Dick Tracy was a comic book movie before comic book movies were every movie ever made.
Uh-huh.
Like Dick Tracy, Madonna was in
maybe the OG comic book movie?
It's very different. It's very different. Like,
okay. The movie poster looks like a comic book poster.
Yeah. I mean, it was interesting. It's like a mob movie.
Yeah, I'm looking at the cast right now.
Warren Beatty, Madonna, Dustin Hoffman, Al Pacino.
This looks like an interesting movie.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's good.
I don't know if it's good either. I just remember it. I don't know if it's good either.
Okay.
Anyway, we're under the lights. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. We got the situation with the second-round picks. Nobody signed. Mm-hmm. All right. That's a league-wide story that's just kind of quiet. Hey, none of the second-round picks signed. Okay.
It maybe can be related to the collusion story from the last week. I guess that might be the story you missed over the week, which is that owners colluded to keep guaranteed money down. And here are second-round rookies as a collective basically saying we're not signing for anything but the fully guaranteed amount, which is what the only 2 second-round rookies that have signed so far signed for fully guaranteed contracts.
Yep.
So are the rest going to hold firm on that? I mean, the first guy that got tested on that, Trey Harris in L.A., is not at Chargers training camp. So, like, honestly, it's not as big a deal because he plays as important of a role, but like James Cook said he's going to be at training camp. There's really no holdout coming from him. TJ Sanders might not be there next week for the Bills. Like, if this rookie's not going, and we'll see if anybody else reports before the Bills do and has that tested. But right now, I feel like Sanders won't be there. Be my guess right now. I mean, it kind of sounds like none of the second-round rookies are going to be at their team's training camps.
I put a Twitter poll up about the Bills' offseason. Next week, the Bills start training camp. Let's check in. How good was their offseason? Do you think they had a good offseason? And I put up 4 options on the Twitter poll. I thought about these answers yesterday, and if someone asks me to really explain them, I don't know that I can differentiate between probably and sure. But your options are: do you think the Bills had a good offseason? Hell yeah, probably, sure, or no.
I think I could try to explain the difference because I voted for sure.
Okay, because I voted for probably.
Okay, you voted for probably. Yes. I voted for sure.
I think they probably had a good offseason.
If someone asks, okay, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? And my response is probably. That sounds like, okay, that went pretty good.
Yeah, it probably had a good offseason.
And
I think they probably did.
When I'm voting, it might depend on how you're emphasizing it. Your tone is. But it's, okay, did you think the Bills had a good offseason? And I go, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, they had a good offseason. That's about how I would say sure. Like, sure, they had a good offseason. There's a gap there.
There is
between probably.
I'm not sure what the gap is, but there is a gap there.
There is a gap.
I think the answer is probably. They probably had a good offseason. I certainly couldn't get to hell yeah because there's a lot of room left for that. Yeah. And maybe we look back and they did have one that good. But right now, how good you feel about it, they probably had a good offseason. And a lot of that's buoyed by the fact that they're, consistently good to great.
That's right.
And,
my holdup would be that it's not necessarily their fault, but the one thing I think they needed to do more than anything this offseason was to go land a star player.
Blue chip talent.
A blue chip talent, a whale at any position, really. And again, partially not their fault. Those guys didn't get moved. They didn't do it.
No, so what happens is they have to find one.
So you did the best you could.
Yeah,
but
you have to find one, and maybe they found one somewhere along the way, and it's just not obvious.
Right. Like, hell yeah, to me, maybe that's where I should be more open to probably, because I think you can't say hell yeah unless they had done Myles Garrett. Or maybe you would consider Metcalf that.
Hey, very quick news on the jersey front around the league. We're getting new Chargers third uniforms tomorrow. Yeah, I just had that date in my mind for a while. The 15th, they're going to do some new Chargers jerseys. The Buffalo Rumblings report a Bills' new helmet coming your way on the 22nd. Mm-hmm. A lot of people think that'll be red because of the last year of Highmark Stadium. Let's throw some red helmets there. How they would match, we'll see.
I think it would look weird with the current uniforms and not like a 90s uniform.
Yeah. There's a way to do it. The question is, how? Because they do have red in their color, which means you can just do it.
Yeah, that's right.
Somehow.
That's right.
But matching perfectly, that's important. We speak as people that, of course, always match amazingly and perfectly. So anyway, that's the news on uniforms.
Apparently not. You must have missed last week my debacle where I accidentally wore a navy blue belt with black shorts, which everybody was ready to tell me, like, that's a cardinal sin of fashion.
I'm kind of amazed you
cannot do that.
You could even tell. If it's a navy blue belt against black shorts, that it doesn't just look black, that is tough.
Yeah.
Who was telling you it was bad? The chat? Were they seeing your belt?
The chat, guys I golfed with later in the day. Not the chat.
Okay.
No, I never would have stood up to show.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. 400 votes on that Twitter poll about the Bills' offseason. Get some comments on it and some thoughts from you. We're a week out from camp, a little over a week. Rookies report tomorrow. Did the Bills have a good offseason? Let's talk about it. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Home run derby tonight.
Home run derby tonight.
Home run derby.
I used to love the home run derby. I'm not even like a huge fan of baseball when I was a kid, but I would always watch the home run derby. And like you just told me that, like I had no idea. I don't know what's the format. We're doing clocks and stuff now.
They've done that for a couple of years.
We're doing like round robins or something.
What are they supposed to do? The home run derby has got to be the number one. You're a kid and you liked it event. It's got to be number one.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you're 12.
Adults didn't used to like the home run derby?
I don't know. Maybe. But I bet they liked it more when they were a kid, too.
I think what they're really supposed to do is just everybody hits, and whoever hit the most home runs win. None of this, bracket, double round robin, this guy plays this guy, and wait, this guy had the most home runs, but this is the guy who won. Didn't we have that last year? The guy who hit the most home runs did not win the home run derby?
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
Like, just line them up, and whoever hits the most home runs wins. Anyone who wants to pitch it to him, get Chris Berman on the mic and let him scream back, 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 back until the ball goes out of play.
Yep.
And there's your derby.
I might go for 2 rounds, maybe. But yeah, you do get a situation where a guy hits 30 in the first round, and then he's gassed by the time they get to the championship or the final round.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought the home run derby was about the park, too. Like what the park looks like. Fenway, Wrigley, Baltimore.
I remember it in San Francisco one of those years. Where it was really
are they going to hit it in the water?
In the water, yeah.
There's a lot of cool places where the park is really the star, so you can see where guys can hit it to. And tonight it's Atlanta, and I got to be honest, I don't know that park that well. I'm not that worried about that park. I know it's kind of new. Does it have any sort of characteristic like Wrigley or Camden where Ken Griffey Jr. hits the warehouse? Probably not. So, okay. Will I pop that on? Yes, I will. I put a Twitter poll up about the Bills' offseason. Next week, the Bills start training camp. Let's check in. How good was their offseason? Do you think they had a good offseason? And I put up 4 options on the Twitter poll. I thought about these answers yesterday, and if someone asks me to really explain them, I don't know that I can differentiate between probably and sure, but your options are, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? Hell yeah, probably, sure, or no.
I think I could try to explain the difference because I voted for sure.
Okay, because I voted for probably.
Okay, you voted for probably. Yes. I voted for sure.
I think they probably had a good offseason.
If someone asks, okay, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? And my response is probably. That sounds like, okay, that went pretty good.
Yeah, they probably had a good offseason.
And
I think they probably did.
When I'm voting, it might depend on how you're emphasizing it. Your tone is. But it's, okay, did you think the Bills had a good offseason? And I go, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, they had a good offseason. That's about how I would say sure. Like, sure, they had a good offseason. There's a gap there.
There is
between probably.
I'm not sure what the gap is, but there is a gap there.
There is a gap.
I think the answer is probably. They probably had a good offseason. I certainly couldn't get to hell yeah because there's a lot of room left for that. Yeah. And maybe we look back and they did have one that good. But right now, how good you feel about it, they probably had a good offseason. And a lot of that's buoyed by the fact that they're, consistently good to great.
That's right.
And,
my holdup would be that it's not necessarily their fault, but the one thing I think they needed to do more than anything this offseason was to go land a star player.
Blue chip talent.
A blue chip talent, a whale at any position, really. And again, partially not their fault. Those guys didn't get moved. They didn't do it.
No, so what happens is they have to find one.
So you did the best you could.
Yeah,
but
you have to find one, and maybe they found one somewhere along the way, and it's just not obvious.
Right. Like, hell yeah, to me, maybe that's where I should be more open to probably, because I think you can't say hell yeah unless they had done Myles Garrett. Or maybe you would consider Metcalf that. Wimbledon wrapping up over the weekend. Yannick Sinner wins his fourth major of his career, beating Carlos Alcaraz in the men's final. That's also Sinner's third major in the last four played. On the women's side, Iga Swiatek was perfect with a 6-0, 6-0 win. That is the first perfect match in a women's final since 1988. This week is the Open Championship week, by the way, and Thursday will be round number 1. Chargers second-round rookie Trey Harris did not report with all the other LA rookies to training camp this weekend. The Chargers have a preseason game on the 31st, so they go to training camp first. Harris not reporting, holding out. 30 of the 32 second-round NFL draft picks are currently still unsigned. That does include Bills defensive tackle TJ Sanders. Browns second-round rookie Quinshon Judkins arrested in Florida on charges of domestic battery. And Ndamukong Suh announces his retirement from the NFL, 5-time All-Pro with the Lions and the Dolphins. And then also time with the Buccaneers where he won the Super Bowl and the Rams. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
And there's no better fan base than Bills Mafia. What has Bills Mafia fan base been like here at American Century? Have they been giving you support throughout?
No, I'll tell you what, maybe San Francisco 49ers jerseys, but I think the most memorability that I see out here is Buffalo Bills.
It's unbelievable.
Wow. We travel well.
This table is pretty sturdy, but I'd love to see, I think Bills Mafia would love to see, how sturdy is this table? Do we maybe want to try the tailgating trick?
Oh, that's coming down.
Mafia?
That's coming down.
You can bring it down?
Oh, yeah. We got to win a Super Bowl first, so.
Josh Allen, the American Century Club Championship. Saw Baker Mayfield shotgun a beer at it. Saw Joe Pavelski with an eagle putt to win the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So celebrity golf.
He won. He was in first place.
Baker.
Look at this.
Baker shotguns a beer.
Steph Curry finished 5th. Where did Josh Allen finish? Out of 84, nope, more than that, 90. Out of 90 golfers, where do you think Josh Allen finished?
You're the right answer here. Isn't there some hot take where I would say, I don't want my quarterback to be too good at golf, right? Don't you do that a lot? I feel like Colin Cowherd used to say about Tony Romo. I don't want him to be too good.
Yeah.
Romo's a good golfer. Allen, out of 84?
Yeah.
And he finished 13th.
No. He finished 13th was Kevin Millar.
All right.
He finished 34th.
All right. Respectable.
Tied with Tim Brown, Hall of Fame wide receiver.
All right.
He finished above Matthew Tkachuk, Larry Fitzgerald, Dwight Freeney, finished right behind Ray Allen. Seth Curry, Jerome Bettis, Alfonso Ribeiro. Alfonso Ribeiro, he's been at that tournament every year for 35 years, hasn't he?
You tell me.
34th.
I feel like I didn't know about this tournament.
He golfs a lot. Shouldn't he be doing a little better than 34th, though?
This tournament became a bigger deal once Josh Allen became, part of our lives. We've got a dog in the fight,
Yeah, yeah. Who was in it? I mean, there was the 1 year Kyle Williams was in it, I think.
Because he was a scratch golfer.
He was an amazing golfer. He might have. Did he even win it 1 year? Or maybe he came close to winning it? No, I think Kyle Williams lost it in a year where I was like, this guy's not. The guy who won it wasn't like a real celebrity. He was like an assistant coach for like the Clippers or something. Like this guy counts. He's in the field.
Yeah.
Anyways,
the Baker Mayfield shotgunning a beer moment. Of all the things you could do with your franchise quarterback, I'm pretty sure it was two guys in Browns jerseys that offered him like, "Hey Baker, you want to shotgun a beer with us?" And he went over and did it. Not Bucs jerseys, but Browns jerseys. So
yeah,
you see, if you're Baker, you see a guy in a Browns Baker Mayfield jersey, you probably think like,
wow,
why not?
They probably miss him.
Yeah,
they miss him dearly.
They probably do.
Say. It's like they finally found themselves a pretty good quarterback, and they let him go and replace him with the worst quarterback ever.
803-0550, our phone number. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. I'm back from vacation. What did I miss? Not much, maybe some. You told me that a conversation with Scott Pianowski last week, Yahoo is going to be adding the Guillotine League format.
Yahoo, automatically.
It's a win for America right there. That is a win.
Especially for commissioners like you who would have to go in every Tuesday morning, right?
Yeah.
And manually delete every player off a roster.
Yep.
And then the money part of it. Oh, the money part of it usually was pretty streamlined, right?
Pretty close, but...
Well,
yeah.
I ran a Guillotine League too, where you would forget the player on IR because they wouldn't show up always right away. So having all that, being automatic now is huge, and it's also recognition that the Guillotine format is
legit. It's here to stay.
It's legit. It's many people. I have fantasy purists, friends of mine that took years to convince them, like, dude, let's do this Guillotine League, because they're like, no, I don't want any of this gimmicky stuff, and now they'll be like, this is the best format.
Oh yeah, well.
Now they're like adamant. This is an amazing format. It's my favorite league.
Maybe not the best format, but whatever. It's a necessary supplement. You need it in there.
You got to have one.
You got to have one. So that's great news. Good to hear from Scott Pianowski and Yahoo Sports.
And those drafts really should be in the next month. Start scheduling them.
Listen, on vacation here, we had the family dynasty rookie draft, and it got me thinking fantasy football. It got me starting to lock in. Now my team is full, so that means I look at my team, 3 times a day.
Yep.
That'll soon up to 10 times a day, and then 2,000 times a day.
Where it's just open content. It's always there's a point in the year where there's a tab open with each fantasy team, and it never closes.
Yep.
It'll be open from September 1st to December 30th.
It's almost that time.
And it'll never close.
Well, we're happy to be here. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you want to join us. The NFL Top 100 still rolling through. I
think we're done with Bills not named Josh Allen and Deion Dawkins.
Somebody
you
else
think?
Benford's not.
We're into the top 80.
Benford? Cook made the list. Benford's going to make it.
Benford is not going to be. I'm not saying Benford shouldn't have a case, but do you know who 81 was? Who the last player ranked was?
Trent McDuffie.
Trent McDuffie. And I have a hard time believing that they put Christian Benford above Trent McDuffie.
Okay.
Right? Trent McDuffie, they might be similar in how good they are, but Trent McDuffie has been doing this and been playing on this level for years now. Like, they're going to...
Yeah.
I don't know. I find that hard to believe. So, and if it's not Benford, I mean, like, maybe Terrell Bernard, but probably not, right? And I don't even know who the next name you would say is, like Spencer Brown.
I would say the next name is Spencer Brown.
Yeah.
He got an honorable mention from the NFL GMs and executives and scouts on top tackles.
That's right. James Cook's already appeared on this list.
I'll tell you one thing. I saw a name on the NFL Top 100 that made me think about a Bills player, and that's number 82, Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy goes from not ranked to 82, and what brought it about? It was a change of scenery.
Yeah.
He was a high draft pick. He was thought to be, like a wide receiver one coming out of college, out of Alabama. He goes to Cleveland, he goes to Denver first, and it never really gets off the ground there.
No.
Then he goes to Cleveland and puts up some pretty big numbers, and he's on the NFL Top 100. And that got me thinking about Elijah Moore, who, what's Elijah Moore's arc? It's not quite as high profile as Judy, but he's a second-round pick that we would have talked about when the Browns drafted him. The Jets.
Jets, yeah.
Yeah, the Jets drafted him. He goes from the Jets to the Browns. And when he went from the Jets to the Browns, people thought, oh, maybe there's the change of scenery. He was targeted plenty, and now he's here where, whatever. We don't talk about it from a fantasy football standpoint where it's targets and numbers, but on just ability, the guy's going to – Bills fans are starting to expect a lot from Moore, and I don't know that that's crazy. I saw one poll asking, do you think he'll have better numbers than he's ever had here? How confident are you that Moore will put up career highs in certain departments? And I think it's very possible. He's got as good a pedigree as anybody on the roster in terms of, you're a second-round pick. Keon Coleman's a second-round pick. Shakir, obviously a fifth-round pick, but looks really darn good, has come into his own. Josh Palmer is, Moore has as good a chance as anybody to be the second-best pass-catching option on this team. If you want to cap that ceiling at third best, okay, but I think the expectations for Moore are much more reasonable than last year when, you'd have people trying to convince you that Chase Claypool, also second-round pick, right? He was second-round pick.
Right.
I never thought the Claypool thing was going to get off the ground. And with Moore, I think it makes a lot of sense that it really could.
Yeah. The only holdup is they didn't really pay him like they're expecting it. Which
$5 million, up to $5 million is a lot to get off the street right now.
That's right.
It's not like you're 15 like Beckham gets.
And it's not even the Palmer contract, right?
That's right.
It's not Palmer 3 years with guaranteed money and $11 million per year. But no, you're right. It is also not the Claypool contract, which is what?
$1 million?
Was that $1 million?
1 to 2.
Vet minimum, whatever. The point would be that he feels capable of it. That maybe they're hoping for it as a bonus, and that he was just sitting out there and the market wasn't really all that strong. So, all right, let's give this a shot, and it's not going to cost a ton of money. But is he capable of it? Because for that, I mean, there's more for him on tape and in the numbers that I think shows that he could be a really good receiver still than there was with Claypool, than there was with MVS last year. And I don't want to overreact to it, but he did look really, really fast in that one Twitter video that he put out about a week ago.
Yeah.
That's not even training camp videos. That is workouts before training camp videos that I don't want to overreact to too much. But, I mean, don't you see in that video, what makes him different than those other guys, which is his ability to cut like that, and isn't that part of what makes him a good route runner, and his ability to separate and get open? Because that's the thing that, Claypool wasn't doing.
No.
Claypool looked like a specimen. He is huge and fast, and he is in great shape, and he looks like that guy's got to be good at football. But he didn't really get open. Even when he put up some big numbers in Pittsburgh, it wasn't really him getting open all that much. Whereas Elijah Moore, that separation ability, I think if you have that ability, you're a certain level of good in the NFL. You're not going to crash and burn. And I feel like Moore, that's his skill set. He's going to separate from guys. And maybe that means that he'll only be pretty good, but I don't know. I like the skill set a lot.
Well,
from him.
Pretty good is useful. I mean, this team, could use some pretty good receivers, and I think they might have a couple of avenues to get there. Moore, you might also line up that this is the next Curtis Samuel hope. Samuel might be the guy that we forget about the most in this group because Palmer, Coleman, Palmer's on the outside and he's supposed to be their man beater, and Shakir and Kincaid. You've got all these pieces, and Samuel's the one where, he's got a healthy contract, but I don't know how they're going to use him. Allen came to his defense at the end of the season or offseason saying, turf toe, never got on the right foot. And that's another thing that has to happen here is can Allen get better chemistry with some of these guys? Kincaid's the top answer for this. In talking with Joe Marino of Locked On Bills, he points out that of all the tight ends in football, when they're on the field, the most targeted tight end was Dalton Kincaid. Like his targets per route run for tight ends was at the top.
Yeah.
And here we are thinking it's not really working so far. So could that just be chemistry, time in the lab, if I could use that with finger quotes, that if those two get on the same page and start to really understand each other, how they see the game the same way, that, Kincaid can blossom the way people think he's going to. But
yeah,
there's a lot of different avenues to finding this offense right where it was last year, near the top of the league. And I guess the question is, which arrangement of these players will do it the best? Will it be more jumping over Curtis Samuel, which I think is very possible? Will it be more commanding more targets than, who's next up on the projected target chart? Could he out-target Coleman? I don't know. I don't think so.
I think you would hope.
Because Coleman's going to be on the field an awful lot.
You would hope that wouldn't you hope he doesn't? Wouldn't it be the best? Does it matter? I mean, one guy is younger and he plays a different type of role for their offense. Like that maybe is part of it. Is not only what they've invested in Coleman, but it also is what role he plays, what they want him to play. They want him to be the receiver that is on the field all the time, that is blocking, that is going to turn to this well-rounded player. Shouldn't I want Coleman to be the one that really jumps forward just because of even the draft status? Like, that's why I kind of like Elijah Moore being here and Palmer and the rest of them, because if Coleman doesn't take a step forward, I feel like they're still in good shape. I feel like they're in pretty darn good shape. But if I can, in a perfect world, pick one of them that's going to take that big step forward, I think I would want to take that guy. And it's not just what they picked. Again, it's part of they're going to have him on the field all the time. And that was Matt Collins. Like, do I want my receiver being a guy like that who is, like he was a great character and he was okay out there on the field, but the guy that played the most snaps for me on the field was not my most dangerous wide receiver. And I think I'd like to get back to a place where those guys aren't just running empty calorie routes, clear out routes down the field and blocking. Mm-hmm. Like, I want that player to be somebody that you have to worry about. And like Coleman's not coming off the field.
I think he's on the field a lot.
If he doesn't take a step forward as a separator and a route runner, and even if he doesn't get better with the contested catch, which he had some bad numbers on last year, if all of that doesn't get better, he's still on the field, right? Because who else plays that role? Who else is blocking? Who else is playing the X? He's on the field.
Yeah. After Palmer and Coleman out there, it's...
Whereas if Elijah Moore doesn't play well, he's not out there.
No, you've got options.
So, and even Kincaid last year, as Joe pointed out, Joe Marino led the league in targets per route run. He only ran a route on 62% of their pass plays. So, I mean, that could be injury too for him, right? But even Kincaid, like, if it's not going well with Kincaid, I got Dawson Knox and I play more 11 personnel, right? If Coleman doesn't, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm putting Tyrell Shavers out there in the field. Who's playing that spot if Coleman's not doing it?
803-0550. Have a Twitter poll up about the Bills offseason. We are, of course, one day away from rookies reporting, and then we get on to regular training camp to start Wednesday next week. That's when the first practice will be.
By the way, you mentioned Jerry Jeudy at the end of last season. Yeah. This is where I like the comparison. I don't think Elijah Moore has quite this ceiling where from week 9 on last year in Cleveland, week 9 on, Jerry Jeudy had 95 targets in the Browns offense.
That's a lot.
There were only 4. There were 3 in the league that outpaced him. I think you could get the 3. No, one of them might be tough. Chase, Adams, and Neighbors. Adams getting 99 surprised me, because those were all with the Jets.
Yeah,
but I guess they force-fed him.
Have a Twitter poll up about the Bills' offseason. Do you think the Bills had a good offseason? Hell yeah, probably, sure, or no. We're keeping the vibes, like, however you want to answer that, you can. Leading the way is 42%, probably. And that's where I voted. Probably.
And are more people saying hell yeah than no?
Yes.
Okay.
No is at 5%. I feel like, what would a bad offseason look like? Losing provably good players and not replacing them? Which I mean, this offseason was about extending a lot of their good players. So,
right.
What would a bad offseason even look like? I think it looks like that. It looks like, boy, you don't get Rousseau extended. You don't get Benford extended. It sounds like both are unhappy and want to leave. Yeah, I can't even – it's hard to really picture what a bad offseason looks like, but it looks like more going out than coming in, and that definitely did not happen.
Would fans have said that about last offseason? Because that's kind of what happened last year, isn't it? That was
an exodus of leadership to a degree, but that was –
it was understood, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because of your cap situation and where a lot of those guys were in their careers. I have a hard time believing there is really a realistic offseason they could have where fans would be like, no, that was a bad offseason.
Yeah.
Right? Like what, as you just mentioned, like what would it look like?
Well,
I don't know.
Let me bring up a point here. Andrew tweets in moments ago.
They traded with the Chiefs last year over their first round, and
That's right.
I don't know how many people would have said it was a bad offseason.
Andrew tweets in, they do have multiple suspended players, and an injury-prone guy had an injury. That's fair.
Right, your defensive line right now, which is what they poured in on, one guy's hurt, two guys are suspended, and the other might hold out. The second-round rookie.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it is.
He's probably not going to.
It's July 14th.
That's the thing. I'm not worried about any of them for January right now.
No.
So how worried am I really?
It's going to be one of the challenging things about camp and about this team is everything evaluated through the lens of January. You know, Coleman could be at camp. I'm thinking about last year, Coleman at camp. What did he look like? He had some pretty darn impressive catches. You see a lot of the highlights of him going up above the rim, playing basketball, and, you know, just kind of getting those highlight reel catches. And I think now going into this year, it'll be a little bit of looks great. Show it to me, and show it to me consistently on the field in important moments. Not to say he wasn't doing that. It's just, not that camp lies to us, because I don't think we've got too many players that have been camp stars that didn't show out a little bit better. It's just kind of like, everything looks good as long as everybody stays healthy and you get to January.
Yeah. The one thing I'm glad that happened to me last week was I really bought in fully on the importance of the 1 seed last week.
Yeah.
Just by comparing the paths to the Super Bowl that the Bills have had versus what the 1 seed has had in the last 5 years and how drastically different they are. Not even just because you only play 2 teams versus 3, but the Bills have had their path to the Super Bowl every year for 5 years has featured 2 of the 3, Baltimore, Kansas City, and Cincinnati. Every year. And with an extra game at the beginning of it. The 1 seed every year has only had to play one of those teams, and 3 years in a row has played the winner of the AFC South. So, and that's the thing the Bills haven't had, right? That is, look at last year. Kansas City has to beat Houston and Buffalo. That's it. You win those 2 games and you're in. The Bills have to go Denver, Baltimore, Kansas City. That's way harder. That is way, way harder. And I think that's really going to have me, for camp next week and for, the beginning of the season, that'll have me dialed. Is you got, let's see you finally get that easiest path where you don't have to play the wild card round. You get the AFC South winner or Pittsburgh in the second round, and then you just got to beat one of them. Maybe you get lucky you don't have to play Kansas City. You just have to play Baltimore. You just have to play Cincinnati, or maybe you just have to beat the Chiefs. But this having to beat 2 of the 3 every year is part of what I think's made it a lot harder and why they haven't made it yet.
Home Run Derby tonight on ESPN.
In Atlanta.
Here's your format if you care. 3 rounds. 8 players have 3 minutes or 40 pitches.
3 minutes or 40 pitches?
Whichever comes first. There's also a bonus period for each player that lasts until they record 3 outs.
See, this is where it stops for me.
If a player hits a home run of at least 425 feet within the bonus period, the period is extended until the player records a 4th out.
I mean, what?
So
are we measuring the 425 feet? We have an extra wall or something?
You're going 40 pitches or 3 minutes.
Okay.
Boom, there's your number.
Okay.
Now begins the period of 3 outs. Okay?
Okay.
If you hit a home run of at least 425 feet in the bonus period, the period is extended. You add an additional 4th out.
This is madness.
In the semifinals.
This is madness.
The format shifts to a knockout style. 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. 2 minutes or 27 pitches in the semifinals and finals.
27 pitches.
Ties in the semifinals or finals are broken by a 60-second swing-off with no additional time added. If a tie remains after the swing-off, batters engage in hand-to-hand combat. No, I'm kidding. Successive three-swing swing-offs.
I would take that right now.
I had you for a second, didn't I? The winners of the
For
final.
half a second, it was
2 minutes, 27 pitches in the final. Each batter's entitled to one 45-second timeout in each of the 3 regulation periods. Okay. The real question is, will there be a rules analyst on hand to tell us if a ball went?
I'm going to need 4 of them. I'm going to need 4 of them to explain all this to me.
That's tonight. Catch the fever that is the home run
Gina,
derby.
that ball landed on the line for 425 feet, and the ball just barely peeked past the line, so this is why he gets the 4.
Honest question,
crazy.
I don't remember what the rules were when I was 12 and watching guys hit home runs. I just want to watch guys hit home runs. Just smash the ball out of the park.
Just put a 60-second clock on it, and
whoever
hits the most home...
I feel like
5 minutes?
I think it used to be 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Maybe 4 minutes.
You
Whatever.
get 5 minutes, you hit as many home runs as you want.
Actually,
bang! There it is. Home run derby. It'd be great.
I feel like it used to just be 10 outs. 10 outs. Swing it whatever you want, 10 outs. Not about pitches, but outs.
You're right. Okay, so just randomly I picked 2005. So in 2005, each contestant receives 10 outs. Top four home run hitters of the round advance to the next round. That's round 1. That's it. No clock. You get 10 outs. Round 2, that's the same thing. Every round is you get 10 outs. Simple, clean. That's it. You know exactly how much time everyone's got, or not time, but how far away everybody is from being, done.
Yep.
Versus, oh wait, he's got 6 seconds left, but if this one goes this far, then he's got another 30 seconds, and I got clock operators, and this seems way too complicated.
Yeah, it's elaborate. 803-0550, that's tonight, the Home Run Derby. Enjoy it. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Home Run Derby tonight.
Home run derby tonight.
Jeremy,
what
here
derby.
For
I used to love the
today.
home run derby. I'm not even a huge fan of baseball when I was a kid, but I would always watch the home run derby. And you just told me that, I had no idea. I don't know what's the format. We're doing clocks and stuff now.
They've done that for a couple of years.
We're doing round robins or something.
What are they supposed to do? The home run derby has got to be the number one. You're a kid and you liked it event. It's got to be number one.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you're 12.
Adults didn't used to like the home run derby?
I don't know. Maybe. But I bet they liked it more when they were a kid, too.
I think what they're really supposed to do is just everybody hits, and whoever hit the most home runs win. None of this, bracket, double round robin, this guy plays this guy, and wait, this guy had the most home runs, but this is the guy who won. Didn't we have that last year? The guy who hit the most home runs did not win the home run derby?
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
Just line them up, and whoever hits the most home runs wins. Anyone who wants to pitch it to him, get Chris Berman on the mic and let him scream back, 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 back until the ball goes out of play.
Yep.
And there's your derby.
I might go for 2 rounds, maybe. But yeah, you do get a situation where a guy hits 30 in the first round, and then he's gassed by the time they get to the championship or the final round.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought the home run derby was about the park, too. What the park looks like. Fenway, Wrigley, Baltimore.
I remember it in San Francisco, one of those years. Where
are they going to hit it in the water?
In the water, yeah.
There's a lot of cool places where the park is really the star, so you can see where guys can hit it to. And tonight it's Atlanta, and I got to be honest, I don't know that park that well. I'm not that worried about that park. I know it's kind of new. Does it have any sort of characteristic like Wrigley or Camden, where Ken Griffey Jr. hits the warehouse? Probably not. So, okay. Will I pop that on? Yes, I will. I'll tell you one thing. I saw a name on the NFL Top 100 that made me think about a Bills player, and that's number 82, Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy goes from not ranked to 82, and what brought it about? It was a change of scenery.
Yeah.
He was a high draft pick. He was thought to be a wide receiver 1 coming out of college, out of Alabama. Mm-hmm. He goes to he goes to Denver first, and it never really gets off the ground there.
No.
Then he goes to Cleveland and puts up some pretty big numbers, and he's on the NFL Top 100. And that got me thinking about Elijah Moore, who what's Elijah Moore's arc? It's not quite as high profile as Judy, but he's a second-round pick that we would have talked about when the Browns drafted him. The Jets.
Jets, yeah.
Yeah, the Jets drafted him. He goes from the Jets to the Browns. And when he went from the Jets to the Browns, people thought, oh, maybe there's the change of scenery. He was targeted plenty, and now he's here where, whatever. We don't talk about it from a fantasy football standpoint where it's targets and numbers, but on just ability, the guy's going to – Bills fans are starting to expect a lot from Moore. And I don't know that that's crazy. I saw one poll asking, do you think he'll have better numbers than he's ever had here? How confident are you that Moore will put up career highs in certain departments? And I think it's very possible. He's got as good a pedigree as anybody on the roster in terms of, you're a second-round pick. Keon Coleman's a second-round pick. Shakir, obviously a fifth-round pick, but looks really darn good, has come into his own. Josh Palmer is, Moore has as good a chance as anybody to be the second-best pass-catching option on this team. If you want to cap that ceiling at third best, okay, but I think that expectations for Moore are much more reasonable than last year when, you'd have people trying to convince you that Chase Claypool, also second-round pick, right? He was second
right.
I never thought the Claypool thing was going to get off the ground. And with Moore, I think it makes a lot of sense that it really could.
At Wimbledon, Yannick Sinner wins his fourth major yesterday in the gentlemen's final over Carlos Alcaraz. It's also his third major in his last four. Iga Swiatek wins in the women's side. She won 6-0, 6-0 on Saturday. In football, Chargers second-round rookie receiver Trey Harris holding out from Chargers training camp. He is among the 30 unsigned second-round draft picks in the NFL. Those include TJ Sanders, one of them, Bills defensive tackle. Browns second-round rookie running back Quinshon Judkins was arrested in Florida on charges of domestic battery over the weekend. Najee Harris, who was involved in a fireworks accident, had an injury to his eye, but will be ready to go for the start of the season, that according to his agent. And Ndamukong Suh retires from the NFL. Five-time All-Pro is calling it quits. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
A little lighter, and it might be because of the haircut. Could you just take the hat for us off? What happened there, Rory?
I'm getting a little gray, as everyone probably knows, and I stupidly thought that by going shorter, it would take the grays out. And if anything, I think it makes me look more gray. So, but it'll grow back. That's the good thing. It'll be perfect length for the Ryder Cup in September.
It could be the good luck haircut, depending on what happens here tomorrow.
Who knows?
Thanks for joining us.
Rory McIlroy, who did not win at the Genesis Scottish Open. It was right there for him going to 16, and it did not go the way he needed it to go. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. All right, I have a golf topic to bring up.
Okay.
Quickly. Lead to some groans, but, whatever. Rookies for the Bills report tomorrow. You can give us a call on the Bills if you want, or, the Sabres, or whatever. So I played a little golf, and while I was away, Lakeside Country Club in Keuka. We're at Keuka Lake.
Okay.
The Finger Lakes are magical. Anyway, so we played golf. We had a pair of threesomes. There's 6 of us. We play a threesome and then a threesome. And nice course, having a good time. The threesome that I'm in eventually catches up to not a group in front of us, a single, which is a little odd. How would a group of 3 catch a single on the golf course?
You would immediately think that single has never played golf before.
Or has maybe jumped out on the back, because I think it happened maybe right around the turn, kind of didn't notice.
But eventually that person would usually separate from you.
You would think, right, when you see a single, like, oh, maybe he got tied up. Who knows? Maybe they start on number. It's a semi-private club. Maybe he just jumped out in front of us. Hey, there's a bunch of threesomes. Go out on number 7 and just roll. Whatever.
Yeah.
But we're not distancing ourselves from this. He's not getting out in front of us. He's slow. Mm-hmm. And over time, all right, wait, be patient, be fine, it's okay. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, did he just hit a second shot? Is he playing 2 balls? Problematic event number 1.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Is he playing 2 balls in front of us? And now he's going to 2 different locations, and he's thinking, I'm in front of a 3. I can play 2 balls. All right, whatever. That's problematic. He's getting frustrated. He shank one, put one down, and hit another one. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you can look past a few things. And then it comes to, I don't know, we're in 15 or 16, and this single is on the green, and we are in the fairway waiting to hit on, still starting to get frustrated with how slow this guy's going.
Yeah.
To say the least. And I notice what's he doing up there? He's on the green. He's bending down. Is he marking his ball? No, that's not it. What is he doing? My brother-in-law says, I think he's setting up a phone. He's what? Yeah, he's leaning, and you know what we ended up getting? We got the rangefinder, because the rangefinder can make a really good pair of binoculars if you need to.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
let's see what this guy's doing.
Yeah.
Shoot it. Yeah. Yeah, he's setting up his phone against the flag to take video of himself making a putt.
Like the phone's in front of the flag? So the ball will hit the phone?
The flag is on the ground. He is propped up.
Oh, the flag's on the ground.
Yeah, he has propped up the phone so he can putt and get video of himself making a putt. This is where...
He's doing this on every hole?
I don't know. I haven't seen him on every green.
It makes sense. It would take forever.
It's clear we are on him, behind him, trying to go. And he's doing this routine. And my brain, I start to spiral. I am prepared.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine.
You can imagine me. I am prepared
losing your mind
in this moment to say you should need a license to golf. Only because it should be able to be revoked. There should be actual consequences.
Right.
This he should have his clubs seized by the course.
Yeah.
Once they learn of this happening, they should say, oh, I'm sorry, sir. We're going to need to seize your clubs. It'll be $300 to get them out. If you park in the wrong spot, they'll take your car somewhere, and you have to pay to get it back.
Yeah.
We need this system in golf. We need the worst offenders, and I'm sure that others have seen this, videotaping swings, videotaping putts. Listen, if you're out there and nobody's on the course, then you do you. But you've got to read the traffic.
Yeah, oh yeah. You gotta know there if there's 3 people behind you and you're holding them up, then you've gotta know you're not gonna let them pass. You gotta know I gotta play at a reasonable pace.
Right. I can't be taking video of a 5-foot putt
and forcing other people to wait.
Yes.
That is revocable. It almost really should be like an app, when you have your driver or whatever, and you give them a rating out of whatever. Can I do that on one of these golf apps? For this guy, give him a 0-star rating.
Right.
because before this, and I'll leave a review, like, was setting up his phone to record his putts.
Right, and when he tries to book a tee time, they check his resume and say, like, listen, we're not going to accept that here.
No, right?
You're not going to be doing
allowed
that.
to play here unless you're, at least a 3-star. And maybe for some courses, like really nice courses, you can't play unless you're a 4-star.
Well, it's funny because maybe you've seen there's a video of a fight on a golf course where a former hockey enforcer throws a guy into a lake.
Nick Tarnasky.
Nick Tarnasky throws a guy into a lake.
Yep.
And then starts feeding him punches. What do these all come from?
Bam on every
all
punch.
These things are happening because guys are slow.
Right.
Or
no, it's not just slow. It is slow and then not really. Well, how do you
aware of
slow?
it?
Yeah, having no awareness about your pace. Right. Not caring about the people behind you.
Right.
That's really the problem.
So I saw another, again, like this is curated to my social media feed. I saw one, this is a golf account I follow, where the question was like, what do you do if you see this? There were 8 people in a group on the green. They won't let us play through. I'm thinking, what do you do? And I know they can't. I know they can't actually be arrested. So I want licenses. I want you to lose the right to golf. I want you to be fined.
Well, because
trying not to sound like the biggest golf snob in the world. It really is just, this is a communal event. People are out using public spaces, and if you are doing that, you're a problem.
Right. Well, you don't want to be a tattletale, but isn't what you're really supposed to do call the clubhouse?
Call the ranger. What would the ranger do? In that
situation, if there's 8 people on the green, the ranger is like, hey, no, it's split up, 4 and 4.
Right. I want the ranger.
In this situation, I don't know what the ranger.
I want the ranger to have the power to seize the clubs. $200 to get them back.
Yeah. Or how about seize the phone in this case? At least, like, you don't get this back to the end of the round.
That's not a bad idea. These on-course fights, though, it is wild. I mean, I'm not graduating to that. But
no,
jeez, like, what are you supposed to do out here? We're just out here playing golf, man.
Yeah.
You're taking video on the green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's disaster.
You know what I thought of in the moment? I thought of after the round, like saying, like, "Hey, can I get your account? I'd like to follow you." And then I would just blast him on social media, like, "This guy takes video of himself on a green with people waiting in the fairway."
I wonder if we could find him. Wonder if we could find his video somewhere.
I don't need to go that far.
Would you not? Are you not the type of person that would drive up to the green and like have a conversation with the guy?
I gave him,
or drive up to the next tee box, like not hit your shot and drive like, "Hey, buddy, like what are we doing here?"
Right.
Like, can we keep it up here? Like, let's not take videos on every single hole and redo our shot every time.
It's a little like the Beaufort win scale. Step 1 is hands on hips in the fairway. Step 2 is hands in the air. Like, what? Right? You got to give him the old.
You could yell like a hey.
I gave him a hey. I gave him a whistle at one point.
A whistle, like
whistle.
Like the fingers, like whistle.
Yeah, I don't need fingers to do it. I just do it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
Anyway,
right.
That's why I want licenses.
Wait, so where is calling the ranger? Is that before or after driving up to have to talk to him?
I told the ranger on like 10, and he said, "I just hit one over top of him." I'm not gonna actually do that.
The ranger said that?
Yeah.
Wow. That is a choice recommendation from that ranger. Right? Hit one over the top of him?
Just hit one over the top of him.
That's a wild suggestion.
It's a lawless land, Joe.
I mean, if he gave you permission to do it, what?
I don't know.
Aim at him. You aim at the hole on every single shot, and we never make it from 150 yards.
True.
What are the odds we're going to hit him?
True. I could scull it really low, and that might be dangerous. Jimmy in Batavia. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to make a comment. And, obviously, YouTube Golf has done a lot for the game of golf, but I feel like what you're talking about right now is 1,000% to blame from YouTube Golf. Guys love watching these social media channels. I do it myself. Mm-hmm. And the club I play at, they allow groups to go out in 6s and 7s, and they play these, two-man scrambles. It is the most frustrating thing in the world. I play 100 rounds of golf here. I'm a low handicap. I consider myself pretty good. And you want golf to be inclusive, but Jeremy, you're 1,000% right about that there's got to be a school or something because, watching it on entertainment for YouTube is one thing, but being out there at a country club and holding up people is a completely different thing, and there needs to be levels to it.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy. There's. Listen, I play fast. I know that. I'm not going to get mad at a leisurely
You do play very fast.
But whatever. What it comes down to is awareness of people behind you. And the other part of it is this. whenever people are behind us, if I'm in a group and people are, knocking on the door behind us, I start to get uncomfortable. Like maybe it's, you could say how you were raised to play the game, whatever. Or because I know what it's like to be behind somebody, I think, we got to get out of the way. Listen, we'll let them go through. We'll all play up a hole and they'll just scoot on through.
Yeah.
And that's the other part of it. For a single to be holding up 3 to take videos, the uncomfortableness comes out of my body. I can't even imagine what that would feel like to not feel horrible to be doing that. So that's another part of it. I'm not trying to be a snob. I'm not saying if you stink, get off the course. None of that. And the idea, like the license thing about it, just to get a little tangent here. So right now in New York State, if you own a boat, you need to get a license in a way you didn't before. You have to take a safety course. Yeah. You didn't have to do that before. Now everybody's got to take a safety course to drive a boat. And there are plenty of people that would say that's a money grab. And that's not wrong. Government comes in, regulates this. We'll take $60 from you, even though you know how to drive a boat. But one thing that happens with that is when you're out driving a boat, in theory, everybody else out there knows what to do, knows what means what. So am I paying $60 to the government for that, or am I paying for everybody else to basically have awareness? And if you said to me I needed $20 for a golf license so that everybody had to take a 20-minute course, I would pay the $20.
How about not everybody, but like this is where if like the rating system, if your rating is too low and you want it back up, then you have to take this. You have to take a course,
like defensive driving.
But yeah, exactly.
You get points on your license.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, I tried to tell you. Yes, I saw a Chinook helicopter on the course the same day. The next hole is where this guy was like taking video on his phone, and I told you it was just as memorable. Video on your phone. I don't care. You want to take video of yourself playing golf? That's great. Just don't do it while people are waiting on you.
Right. Like those YouTube golf, it's tough to compare, right, to the big ones that have like full camera crews, but
they're going to reserve the whole course.
Right. Exactly. They're getting multiple tee times in a row so that they're not holding people up. At least I think they are.
803-0550. Thank you for letting me vent. I've been away for like almost 2 weeks.
This one's been brewing, apparently.
Well, since Monday. It's been a week. It's been a week since this happened. I'm still sitting here like, I can't. Something has to happen. We're going to seize the clubs.
I want to find this guy's videos now.
Hashtag they're out there. Seize the clubs. Because I don't want to throw him in a lake or get thrown in a lake, which I don't know. He's like 150 yards away. I'm not here for violence. Just for the seizing of the clubs. Anyway, happy Monday. Jeremy and Joe, if you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get to a phone call or two here as we roll. Ben Gretsch on the offensives in the AFC East had some interesting numbers on what to look for. That's coming up at 9:30 today. Wide open for the rest of it. Bills rookies report to camp tomorrow, and we get some NFL uniform stuff tomorrow. The Chargers get a new third set. We should talk about this Bills helmet that's going to come out in 8 days as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I'll tell you one thing. I saw a name on the NFL Top 100 that made me think about a Bills player, and that's number 82, Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy goes from not ranked to 82, and what brought it about? It was a change of scenery.
Yeah.
He was a high draft pick. He was thought to be, like a wide receiver one coming out of college, out of Alabama. He goes to he goes to Denver first, and it never really gets off the ground there.
No.
Then he goes to Cleveland and puts up some pretty big numbers, and he's on the NFL Top 100. And that got me thinking about Elijah Moore, what's Elijah Moore's arc? It's not quite as high profile as Jeudy, but he's a second-round pick that we would have talked about when the Browns drafted him. The Jets.
Jets, yeah.
Yeah, the Jets drafted him. He goes from the Jets to the Browns. And when he went from the Jets to the Browns, people thought, maybe there's the change of scenery. He was targeted plenty, and now he's here where, whatever. We don't talk about it from a fantasy football standpoint where it's targets and numbers, but on just ability, the guy's going to – Bills fans are starting to expect a lot from Moore, and I don't know that that's crazy. I saw one poll asking, do you think he'll have better numbers than he's ever had here? How confident are you that Moore will put up career highs in certain departments? And I think it's very possible. He's got as good a pedigree as anybody on the roster in terms of, you're a second-round pick. Keon Coleman's a second-round pick. Shakir, obviously a fifth-round pick, but looks really darn good, has come into his own. Josh Palmer is, Moore has as good a chance as anybody to be the second best pass-catching option on this team. If you want to cap that ceiling at third best, okay, but I think the expectations for Moore are much more reasonable than last year when, you'd have people trying to convince you that Chase Claypool, also second-round pick, right? He was second.
Right.
I never thought the Claypool thing was going to get off the ground. And with Moore, I think it makes a lot of sense that it really could. I put a Twitter poll up about the Bills' offseason. Next week, the Bills start training camp. Let's check in. How good was their offseason? Do you think they had a good offseason? And I put up 4 options on the Twitter poll. I thought about these answers yesterday, and if someone asks me to really explain them, I don't know that I can differentiate between probably and sure, but your options are, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? Hell yeah, probably, sure, or no.
I think I could try to explain the difference because I voted for sure.
Okay, because I voted for probably.
Okay, you voted for probably.
Yes.
I voted for sure.
I think they probably had a good offseason.
If someone asks, okay, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? And my response is probably. That sounds like, okay, that went pretty good.
Yeah, they probably had a good offseason.
And
I think they probably did.
When I'm voting, it might depend on how you're emphasizing it. Your tone is. But it's, okay, did you think the Bills had a good offseason? And I go, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, they had a good offseason. That's about how I would say sure. Like, sure, they had a good offseason. There's a gap there.
There is
between. Yeah, probably.
I'm not sure what the gap is, but there is a gap there.
There is a gap.
I think the answer is probably. They probably had a good offseason. I certainly couldn't get to hell yeah because there's a lot of room left for that. Yeah. And maybe we look back and they did have one that good. But right now, how good you feel about it, they probably had a good offseason. And a lot of that's buoyed by the fact that they're, consistently good to great.
That's right.
And,
my holdup would be that it's not necessarily their fault, but the one thing I think they needed to do more than anything this offseason was to go land a star player.
Blue chip talent.
A blue chip talent, a whale at any position, really. And again, partially not their fault. Those guys didn't get moved. They didn't do it.
No, so what happens is they have to find one.
So you did the best you could.
Yeah,
but
you have to find one, and maybe they found one somewhere along the way, and it's just not obvious.
Right. Like, hell yeah, to me, maybe that's where I should be more open to probably, because I think you can't say hell yeah unless they had done Myles Garrett. Or maybe you would consider Metcalf that.
Jeremy and Joe, going to break in. We're late. I yelled too much about golf. That happens sometimes. Of course, you can still enter to win the Friday foursome with Encore Golf. That's something that's available. Friday foursome back with Encore Golf. Teed up this year at Seneca Hickory Stick, Diamond Hawk Golf Course, or Royal Niagara Golf Club, plus a box of Encore golf balls, $25 Encore gift card. Enter now through August 21st at WGR550.com for your shot at the pin. That's with Encore Golf. Also coming up Wednesday, it's 716 Day. Celebrate 716 Day. I'll be out at the BFLO store on in Williamsville, the Transit Plaza. Come on by. Be hanging out. 716 Day. And Give 716 Day coming up as well. Wide open segment when we get back. We had to move Tyler Dunn. We'll talk with him probably tomorrow. So we'll do that. And if you're on hold, stick with us. Talking about the Bills offseason and this we're going to dig a little more into this executives and scouts rate the NFL's quarterbacks.
There's a fan base that is furious right now.
All right. And I feel like
it's not the Bills fan
we
base.
have to have an overrated conversation too. Coming up. We got the situation with the second-round picks. Nobody signed. All right. That's a league-wide story that's just kind of quiet. Hey, none of the second-round picks signed. Okay.
It maybe can be related to the collusion story from the last week. I guess that might be the story you missed over the week, which is that owners colluded to keep guaranteed money down. And here are second-round rookies as a collective basically saying we're not signing for anything but the fully guaranteed amount, which is what the only two second-round rookies that have signed so far signed for fully guaranteed contracts.
Yep.
So are the rest going to hold firm on that? I mean, the first guy that got tested on that, Trey Harris in L.A., is not at Chargers training camp. So, honestly, it's not as big a deal because he plays as important of a role, but James Cook said he's going to be at training camp. There's really no holdout coming from him. TJ Sanders might not be there next week for the Bills. If this rookie's not going, and we'll see if anybody else reports before the Bills do and has that tested. But right now, I feel like Sanders won't be there. Be my guess right now. I mean, it kind of sounds like none of the second round rookies are going to be at their team's training camps.
I'll tell you one thing. I saw a name on the NFL Top 100 that made me think about a Bills player, and that's number 82, Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy goes from not ranked to 82, and what brought it about? It was a change of scenery.
Yeah.
He was a high draft pick. He was thought to be, a wide receiver one coming out of college, out of Alabama. He goes to he goes to Denver first, and it never really gets off the ground there.
No.
Then he goes to Cleveland and puts up some pretty big numbers, and he's on the NFL Top 100. And that got me thinking about Elijah Moore, what's Elijah Moore's arc? It's not quite as high profile as Jeudy, but he's a second-round pick that we would have talked about when the Browns drafted him. The Jets.
Jets, yeah.
Yeah, the Jets drafted him. He goes from the Jets to the Browns. And when he went from the Jets to the Browns, people thought, maybe there's the change of scenery. He was targeted plenty, and now he's here where, whatever. We don't talk about it from a fantasy football standpoint where it's targets and numbers, but on just ability, the guy's going to – Bills fans are starting to expect a lot from Moore, and I don't know that that's crazy. I saw one poll asking, do you think he'll have better numbers than he's ever had here? How confident are you that Moore will put up career highs in certain departments? And I think it's very possible. He's got as good a pedigree as anybody on the roster in terms of, you're a second-round pick. Keon Coleman's a second-round pick. Shakir, obviously a fifth-round pick, but looks really darn good, has come into his own. Josh Palmer is, Moore has as good a chance as anybody to be the second-best pass-catching option on this team. If you want to cap that ceiling at third best, okay, but I think the expectations for Moore are much more reasonable than last year when, you'd have people trying to convince you that Chase Claypool, also second-round pick, right? He was second round pick.
Right.
I never thought the Claypool thing was going to get off the ground. And with Moore, I think it makes a lot of sense that it really could.
Wimbledon wrapping up this weekend. Yannick Sinner winning in the men's side over Carlos Alcaraz. That is his third major in the last 4 played. His fourth total. Iga Swiatek wins the women's final, 6-0, 6-0. That is the first perfect match in Wimbledon's final since 1988. Browns second-round rookie running back Quinshon Judkins was arrested in Florida this weekend on charges of domestic battery. Chargers second-round rookie Trey Harris holding out from Chargers training camp. They're already there because they have the Hall of Fame game on the 31st. So the Chargers getting there early. Harris unsigned. He's one of 30 unsigned second-round draft picks. TJ Sanders of the Bills is one of the others. Ndamukong Suh announces his retirement from the NFL. 5-time All-Pro at his best years, of course, with Detroit, and then a few years after that with Miami. Won the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay in 2020. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Meanwhile, vacation photos are popping up of Patrick Mahomes, and he's fat. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason that we're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us, 60-year-olds, okay? My skin's flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. Yeah, I'm sure he's worked out and strengthened his arm, and he's done all kinds of different things, quarterback things, but there's no training to this man. I don't understand it. He's not a kid anymore.
Kevin Keatsman in Kansas City?
Yes.
Happened last week? When was that?
Last week. So he's a former Chiefs morning radio host. Now does his own podcast. And that was from said podcast. Yeah.
All right.
Calling Mahomes fat.
Good choice.
You missed that, I guess.
I did miss that. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I didn't quite make you put up a Twitter poll, but I did.
No, but
I did use you as the shield, if possible.
You did.
Because here's the genesis of this. Good morning, by the way, Jeremy and Joe. Owen Parker's here. Josh Schmidt's here. The gang's all back. Bills training camp opens on the 23rd, the first practice. The veterans report a week from tomorrow. Rookies report tomorrow. We're getting a new helmet. The Chargers' new uniform comes out tomorrow. New third jersey. I care about uniform stuff. Anyway, so today, I asked you to put up a poll, is Patrick Mahomes overrated?
Uh-huh.
I wanted you to put it up because I didn't want to put it up.
Didn't take much convincing.
No. And I didn't want the GR account to put it up because I didn't want to catch heat for, now they're going to win the Super Bowl because somebody called them overrated. But here's where it comes from. NFL executives, scouts, blah, blah, blah. Jeremy Fowler has a piece where he polled scouts and executives and coaches who are the best players at each position. And he's released the lists one by one. You can go to ESPN and see them all. They did running backs and defensive tackles, edge rushers, safeties, all this. And today is quarterbacks. And ranking number one is Patrick Mahomes. And if you think Josh Allen is better than Patrick Mahomes, then you think Mahomes is overrated. Right? That's it.
If you think anybody is better than Patrick Mahomes,
then you think he's overrated.
Yes.
They go Mahomes 1, Allen 2, Burrow 3, Lamar 4.
Yeah.
Which is, that's something. Lamar
at 4 is I'm just going to flat out say it. Lamar at 4 is ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Well,
to say that he has not... I think the only person you could make a reasonable defense for being better than Lamar Jackson in the last 2 seasons is Allen. That's it. I wouldn't even start telling you Mahomes has been better right now than Jackson. And Burrow, I think you would just come down for me to the rushing part of it. That Lamar's thrown the ball as well as Burrow has and put up the numbers that Burrow has, but he also gives you like the most valuable runner along with Allen in the NFL. And Burrow doesn't give you any of that. So I think that's pretty insane. That he had a lowest ranking of 6th.
Somebody put him 6th.
Who's got him 6th?
No.
Somebody is just doing this, though, on... This is the fan base I mentioned before the break that is losing their minds right now are Eagles fans because Jalen Hurts is ranked number 9. right? Mm-hmm. And nobody had him higher than 6. Although there's a quote in here in this Jeremy Fowler. It's a one quote from an AFC executive who voted Hurts in the top 5. But yet higher it says that his highest vote was 6th. So which is it on that? I don't know. Is somebody just really ranking who's got the most help and who doesn't? Because isn't that the only way you would ever get to Lamar being at 6? Of course he put up all those numbers and was that good because he's got an amazing team. He's got Derrick Henry standing next to him.
He has a 10-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio, Lamar.
10-to-1. And Allen wouldn't get any of those, down votes because who does he got? Mm-hmm. He's got a bunch of good players, but he doesn't have like a long list of all pros that are, putting him up there. So, but about Mahomes being at number 1, I mean, that could be the same thing. Is there are some that would bypass his numbers the last 2 years, not just because of the rings, because they would say, well, really, what has he had to work with? He doesn't have a top-end receiver. Kelsey's not the same anymore. The Lions had some trouble over time. The running game is like mid at best.
Yep.
Don't they get 3 yards a carry all the time? Like, that could be helping him too. He's not viewed as having the most help in the world.
Fowler points out in his piece that the last 2 years, Mahomes dominated the ratings. Number 1 back-to-back years, and that this year, he didn't win by as much. He got 60% of the first-place votes this year, Mahomes did. Still impressive, but well short of last year. Last couple of years, he probably would have been like just consensus number 1. And last year's a year where Allen being overrated was a big talking point, right? We had 11 NFL players said he was the most overrated player in the league. Okay. I don't feel like anybody's saying that about him this year. Now I've got Lamar being underrated. And that gets to the genesis of why I asked you to post, is Mahomes overrated? We kind of flirted with this idea last year. And now that Josh just won the MVP, and it's 2 straight years of Mahomes looking not great. He consistently looks great against the Bills in the postseason. But otherwise, not great. Not a great offense last year. Not even a great postseason from their offense last year, outside of what they did against the Bills to some degree. And it's almost like, I went over it earlier in the show, my rule is, if you're going to put Mahomes 1, okay, you're a rings person. Because he doesn't look like the best in the league right now. He looks like top 3, top 5, whatever. He's great. There's no doubt about it. He had an incredible start to his career that probably put his expectations so stratospherically high that it would be hard to stay there. Mm-hmm. And then I've got Allen and Jackson who've won the last couple MVPs, and they have been better than Mahomes.
Yep.
But I still have executives landing Mahomes at number 1. Okay. Josh's lowest ranking is number 4. Mahomes' lowest ranking is number 4. Burrow came in 3rd, and Burrow's lowest ranking was number 5. One thing about Burrow, I'm eager to see this quarterback series on Netflix because they go in behind the scenes with Burrow and Jared Goff and Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins, yeah.
And there are 2 guys that Kirk Cousins, to me, he was already on the show once. I don't really need to see him.
The only thing I want to see about him, and I kind of skipped over the previous parts of this, I want to see when he gets benched. Like what that looked like, how he felt about that. Because the one interesting part about Cousins earlier in the documentary was when Atlanta took Penix and him kind of revealing, like, I would not have left Minnesota.
Yeah.
If I knew they were going to draft a guy like I knew Minnesota was going to, I just would have stayed home and done it there. So he did kind of reveal that, like, Atlanta pretty much pulled the rug out from him. Like, they tricked him into signing there. So I haven't got to the part yet where he gets benched. But the rest of the Kirk Cousins stuff, you're right. Like, I've already seen everything else.
But Burrow is interesting, and Goff is interesting in this show.
Yep.
The thing about Burrow is, overcoming the injury, what they've got there in Cincinnati, his mindset, whatever. He's an interesting one.
And he goes through turmoil. Like, that season for Cincinnati is, like, they're losing.
They lose a lot. They lose their opening game on a goofy fumble, but they lose their opening game.
The clip of Burrow, did you see the clip of Burrow against the Titans?
Not yet.
We played the audio from it last week.
Is that the one where he's freaking about how terrible they played?
They win by 10.
And he's so mad.
On the road in Tennessee, and he's in Zach Taylor's face. Like, we suck today. Like, don't tell me that we battled through it. Like, we were terrible. This should not be acceptable.
And that's, you know what? Like, that stuff to me is so good. When you get to see that even when things are looking good, you won a game, right? If you were to call the post-game show and say, man, they were terrible today.
And they won on the road by double digits.
Someone would call and say, like, what are you complaining about? They won. Meanwhile, they're complaining.
The quarterback.
Internally. The quarterback is complaining internally. I wonder, as I watch this Netflix series with Goff and with Burrow and with Cousins, and you see all these other things, like what will Hard Knocks really give us? That's exciting. Hard Knocks that is juicy.
Right. That's good. And I think that's something that like maybe some teams would be like, I don't really know if I want that in there, but I kind of think that makes Burrow look good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe some would say it wouldn't. I don't really think anybody thinks it looks bad.
Well,
unless you think it looks bad on Zach Taylor because it looks like your quarterback has a higher standard for the team than the coach does.
It depends. I mean, leadership is in the eye of the beholder. You know, people from the outside looking in, somebody that's really angry and yells at people. Sometimes you like that. Sometimes somebody that's calm and keeps the group together. Maybe you like that. Maybe it depends on where the team is. It's why, you know, when an NFL team fires a coach that was fiery, they go to more of a player's coach, and they go back to a fiery coach. And then, so back and forth. With Burrow, there's always this almost this expectation that he/they are going to just find their way and get back to Super Bowls and being great. They went to 1.
Yep.
And if there's any fan base that has, I don't know, a healthy respect for them, it might be this one. They talk a lot. The Bengals talk so much. And Chase is out here taking shots at the Browns. Burrow had when they beat the Chiefs, how brash they are, the attitude they carry. And it's almost like they're the anti-Bills to some degree, right? Because the Bills, even though Allen was named the best trash talker in the NFL, he kind of doesn't carry himself like that. So it's all interesting. But with Burrow and Goff, like I love seeing the behind-the-scenes stuff. I love to see I just love to see a little bit of strife because the league is so buttoned up and so good at pretending that every single team everything's going great.
Yep.
They control so much of the message. And you see behind the scenes, like, they're arguing about it. They're deeply committed to winning. There's fractures in, all of it. It's fascinating. So I'm eager to watch more Burrow.
But Burrow being third is... Because what is... That is more the... He's got the stats, but he doesn't have the winning. And also, he's got... I don't know. Where do they consider his help? Because he's got a horrible defense, and maybe some would look at him more favorably because he's overcoming that. But at the same time, he's got the best receiver duo in football.
Well, it is perfectly set up for Burrow to put up monster numbers.
Oh, easily.
And if you're someone that's just going to look at numbers, so Ben Gretsch, who's going to join us at 9:30 this morning, he had a stat on the Bills and Allen, and it's kind of one of these ones where if you don't look at this number, you can kind of you can be fooled. Burrow playing on a team, it's not even really about having, it's the receivers he has. It is that. It's also playing in shootouts. It's the number of plays you run, play volume. Ben Gretsch had a stat on the Bills that last year the Bills' offense was 28th in plays run.
Yeah.
What are the Bills doing out there?
Yeah.
They are running the ball. They are efficient. They're a run-first team. So you should build in to a year Allen's stats being somewhat suppressed by the way they play. If they wanted to go out there and get him 5,000 yards passing, I have no doubt they could do that. But that's not what they want to do. Complementary football, McDermott and Bean, the way they want to build it. It makes sense. Like they want to play a winning brand of football, whereas for the Bengals, at least last year especially, what are they doing? They are chasing a bad defense endlessly. And maybe you think that paying Chase and Higgins is a shortcut to chase bad defense by just throwing Burrow out there and throw for 5,000 yards, throw for 45 touchdowns. We'll do it. So when you do just the box score scouting of a guy like Burrow and Allen or Lamar or Mahomes, you could say a lot. Maybe all those points I just said about Allen and game script and this and that, could they apply to Mahomes too? Like play volume matters and how often you're throwing the ball. Allen's one of these quarterbacks that can be whatever you want him to be. He can win the shootout. Detroit, the Rams. Days where they need you to put up 40, they'll put up 40, mostly. Except in the playoffs against the Chiefs. Everywhere else, he'll pretty much give you what you need. So anyway, quarterback stuff. Rankings are out. Mahomes number 1 according to the executives
and
coaches.
Oh, no, he's not actually. I was going to say and overrated according to my Twitter followers, but they are not voting him yes.
50-50? Where are we at?
40 yes, 59 no.
Okay. So 59%.
That is that
so
he
59
has beaten the respect into you, right? If you're a Bills fan, he has beaten the respect into many. I respect what he has done. I also don't feel like he should just get a complete pass and we should pretend that he has been amazing for the last 2 years. He's not. He's not been amazing for the last 2 years. He's been pretty good.
Pretty good.
But there's a lot of numbers that point to he has not been. We've watched a lot of their games where he has not looked good. And they found a way to win anyway because they get some breaks. And all the things we just said about Burrow, like the Chiefs have a lot of that going for them. How many points does Mahomes have to score in a lot of these games? They're winning games scoring 19, 20 points. Because
except against the Bills.
Except against the Bills, which is always the one caveat in the asterisk here. But, I mean, they've had a great defense. They've got the best head coach maybe ever. You know? The bar is not high for him to clear in these games. So when I look and say, okay, he's number 1 ranked, I'm like, all right, you're just counting the rings. And that's fine if you want to do it that way. But don't tell me he's been the best quarterback in the league for the last 2 seasons when he is 28th in yards per attempt, 22nd in adjusted net yards per attempt, 20th in passer rating, has thrown the second most interceptions, by the way, after everyone said that Josh Allen wasn't the top guy because he threw picks. Mahomes throwing interceptions, 19th in touchdown percent. I could go down the list. Don't tell me he's been the best quarterback the last 2 seasons. He's not. He hasn't even been close to it. He hasn't been top 5. But he's won, and he's gotten to the Super Bowl.
He keeps winning.
So what are you supposed to say? Like, it doesn't matter that he hasn't been the best. Because for 2 seasons now, it has not mattered. And that's the more frustrating thing about the Chiefs. He has not been this all-time great superstar quarterback, breaking the sport with 50 touchdowns like he did when he came into the league. He's not been that for 2 years, and it doesn't even matter. Because they're just there anyway.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Chargers rookies reporting to camp. Bills rookies report tomorrow. Max Hairston, maybe TJ Sanders, probably not because the entire second round logjam exists, which we talked a little bit about earlier. Chris in South Carolina. Hey, Chris, good morning.
What's up, fellas? Got a couple things on the resale ticket price. Want to pick your brain at, and then I got a question about tailgating. So I jotted down a couple of games. I've been watching the ticket prices on the secondary market since the release date or whatnot. And on the day they came out, the Saints was at like $215, and I'm thinking, okay, that I can see that early season 1:00 game. I've been looking at the prices, and the Saints currently on SmubHub are $240 for the entry-level ticket. New England, our week 5 or whatnot, Sunday night game, $200. The Bucks, which is also NFC South, $209. And then Cincy, who we were just talking about, $204. So $40 less, for instance, for Cincy, $30 less for the Bucks. And other than it being a 1:00 early season game, if I were to take that out of it where you couldn't choose that, what would you say the reason is that the Saints ticket price is so high? And to add to that, the Carolina Panthers, I know you guys always was talking about coming up in October for the Panthers game. The ticket price for that is $220. So look at it this way. Here is a fan base who has low ticket prices, and they see Buffalo fans coming in. They know they can make the money on it. They're still, to get in the door, $220. So whereas for us, the Saints coming to town, no draw at all, no reason to try to make the money on it other than 1:00 early season game, $240. And then one more thing about the Panthers is I think our fans are going to be disappointed as far as the tailgating, thinking that it's anything close to – it's like going to a concert or a movie. I park at the NASCAR Hall of Fame if you were to go to a game there. So it's kind of – I don't know, man. It's a different feel. and the price to get in, I just don't think the experience for our fans is, what you would get with that. And then my last thing is, we normally hang out at one particular spot, like for tailgating. Do you guys have any recommendation of other spots just to hit up, or sides of the stadium that have places to kind of congregate more?
No.
Yeah.
The answer to that is no.
I think you can kind of walk anywhere and find a tailgate.
Would it be? I mean, thanks, Chris, for the phone call. Would it be wrong to say, just anybody says like, "Oh, come to my first Bills tailgate. Where should I tailgate?" Isn't the answer anywhere?
That's what I was going to say. Like,
is there any spot that anyone would say is better than another spot? We have our own spots.
Like, Chris, I think you'd have a hard time not finding a tailgate that will welcome you and be pretty fun.
The first thing I'm thinking of is the Kentucky Derby, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, have different atmospheres.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like turn 3 is where it's crazy. But I don't think of a Bills game and a Bills tailgate like, oh, this lot does this or this lot does that. Maybe the grass lots are a little bit, the non-Bills lots are probably a little wilder if you wanted to go that way, but I don't know. I feel like wherever you go, you're going to be fine. And
the ticket price might just be how many of the tickets have actually hit these sites yet? Like when you go look at the Saints and you see $240, is that because you just don't have a lot of how many people even have their tickets yet? Or do they have them? And they've listed them yet? They already know that they're not going to be going in September 20th. Like I think that could be more a time of the year thing than anything about the game. But I do wonder about last week we talked a lot about it being the final year at the stadium and how many people called in to say like they're gonna the fans that don't have season tickets are going to make sure they're going to go one more time.
Yeah.
That they want to go one last time, and that could be. Ed McGrogan from Tennis Channel was on. He's like, we're going to the Tampa game. Like, that'll be me and my son's last game at the stadium. And how many people are going to want to do that this year? Like, I got to get last year at the stadium, I got to get to one more game.
Yeah.
Because if you have 1 million people thinking that way, then your demand is going to go up.
Your demand's going to go up, and I guess one offshoot of that is how many people might want to say, I want to go to one more Sunday, 1 o'clock.
Oh, that's the case then.
I don't want prime time, 8 o'clock. I got a Sunday, 1 o'clock in nice weather. That's if I'm just going to go to a game, and again, like this kind of goes to the point, why would that game be the most expensive? It might just be that the tickets that were $210 sold.
Yeah.
And you've kind of eaten up the ones that were there before by people that want to go to a Sunday 1 o'clock game.
And that is your only home Sunday 1 o'clock game of the season that you would expect the weather to be nice.
Right. So to me,
September 28th. Their only other 1 o'clock game is that Tampa game. That's November 16th, and that could be nice, but it's trickier.
There's two different groups here. Someone that goes to every Bills game. What's the most exciting Bills game this year? You could argue it's Kansas City, Cincinnati, the opener, New England in prime time, the Philadelphia. If you're someone that wants to go to one game because you want to go to one game a year, well, those ones in prime time, I definitely want to watch those at home. That's easy. And I'd love to go to Sunday, 1 o'clock, nice weather against a team that they should smoke by 30.
That's the other. You know it's going to be a party.
What's the spread against the Saints, who their quarterback's not even going to go into camp on time?
Right, maybe.
His second-round pick?
Right now, like ESPN on their schedule for the Bills, I don't know what site they're pulling this from, but it'll say date, opponent, time, TV, and then tickets. And each one says tickets as low as, so it has all the games listed. That Saints game, looking right now, is their third on this list. It's fourth. It's only behind in price the Baltimore game,
opener,
the Kansas City game, and Philadelphia. That's it.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris, for the
Saints.
phone call. Hope that's a good answer for you.
Who are like the least exciting opponent in the league.
Excuse me, as someone that just traded for Alvin Kamara in Dynasty in a win now kind of window, they are now our Saints.
How old is he?
I think he's 30.
All right, have fun with Taysom Hill stealing all your touchdowns for the 10th year in a row.
Yeah, I know. It is what it is.
Can that guy retire already?
Kamara?
No,
Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill. He is a fantasy nightmare. Like, would he be the most hated fantasy player in fantasy football history?
I mean,
I think he has to be. Every year, everyone's arguing about what position he should be. He's stealing touchdowns from the guys who actually played.
That's a tough question.
Who is the worst, the least liked fantasy player ever? I think it's Taysom Hill. Because everyone's always arguing about him. 2 years ago, he had quarterback eligibility. Or, no, what was it? 2 years ago, he was a tight end on all the sites, and then the Saints decided to start him at quarterback.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you should be allowed to start him at tight. Just every year, there's something like that.
803-0550, our phone number. If you're on hold, jump in. Last year at the stadium, remembering Highmark. Maybe that's what the helmets will do. Can they make red work 8 days until we get a new Bills helmet? And we're getting a whole new Bills setup, too, with the rivalries uniforms whenever that comes out. Jeremy and Joe here on a beautiful Monday morning on WGR. I'll tell you one thing. I saw a name on the NFL Top 100 that made me think about a Bills player.
Z-Bart.
And that's number 82, yep. Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy goes from not ranked to 82, and what brought it about? It was a change of scenery.
Yeah.
He was a high draft pick. He was thought to be, like a wide receiver, one coming out of college, out of Alabama. He goes to he goes to Denver first, and it never really gets off the ground there.
No.
Then he goes to Cleveland and puts up some pretty big numbers, and he's on the NFL Top 100. And that got me thinking about Elijah Moore, what's Elijah Moore's arc? It's not quite as high profile as Jeudy, but he's a second-round pick that we would have talked about when the Browns drafted him. The Jets.
Jets, yeah.
Yeah, the Jets drafted him. He goes from the Jets to the Browns. And when he went from the Jets to the Browns, people thought, oh, maybe there's the change of scenery. He was targeted plenty, and now he's here where, whatever. We don't talk about it from a fantasy football standpoint where it's targets and numbers, but on just ability, the guy's going to – Bills fans are starting to expect a lot from Moore. And I don't know that that's crazy. I saw one poll asking, do you think he'll have better numbers than he's ever had here? How confident are you that Moore will put up career highs in certain departments? And I think it's very possible. He's got as good a pedigree as anybody on the roster in terms of, you're a second-round pick. Keon Coleman's a second-round pick. Shakir, obviously a fifth-round pick, but looks really darn good, has come into his own. Josh Palmer is, Moore has as good a chance as anybody to be the second-best pass-catching option on this team. If you want to cap that ceiling at third best, okay, but I think the expectations for Moore are much more reasonable than last year when, you'd have people trying to convince you that Chase Claypool, also second-round pick, right? He was second.
Right.
I never thought the Claypool thing was going to get off the ground. And with Moore, I think it makes a lot of sense that it really could. And last year's a year where Allen being overrated was a big talking point, right? We had 11 NFL players said he was the most overrated player in the league. Okay. I don't feel like anybody's saying that about him this year. Now I've got Lamar being underrated. And that gets to the genesis of why I asked you to post, is Mahomes overrated? We kind of flirted with this idea last year. And now that Josh just won the MVP, and it's 2 straight years of Mahomes looking not great. He consistently looks great against the Bills in the postseason. But otherwise, not great. Not a great offense last year. Not even a great postseason from their offense last year, outside of what they did against the Bills to some degree. And it's almost like I went over it earlier in the show. My rule is, if you're going to put Mahomes 1, okay, you're a rings person. Because he doesn't look like the best in the league right now. He looks like top 3, top 5, whatever. He's great. There's no doubt about it. He had an incredible start to his career that probably put his expectations so stratospherically high that it would be hard to stay there. And then I've got Allen and Jackson who've won the last couple MVPs, and they have been better than Mahomes.
Yep.
But I still have executives landing Mahomes at number 1. Okay. Josh's lowest ranking is number 4. Mahomes' lowest ranking is number 4. Burrow came in 3rd, and Burrow's lowest ranking was number 5.
The Wimbledon final on the men's side, beating Carlos Alcaraz 3-1 in sets. That's his fourth major of his career. And Iga Swiatek wins on the women's side 6-0, 6-0. His first perfect match in a women's final in a major since 1988. To football, Najee Harris had an eye injury in a 4th of July accident. He apparently, though, is going to be okay and will be ready to start the season, that according to his agent. So, looks like he may have avoided a very disastrous injury there. Chargers second-round rookie Trey Harris at wide receiver did not report to Chargers training camp. He's holding out as, at the moment, 30 of the 32 second-round picks in the NFL are unsigned. That includes Bills defensive tackle TJ Sanders. They're all looking for fully guaranteed contracts. Ndamukong Suh retires from the NFL, 5-time All-Pro. And Browns second-round rookie running back Quinshon Judkins was arrested in Florida on charges of domestic battery. He was a second-round pick for Cleveland out of Ohio State this year. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The people I've talked to around the league firmly believe that Joe Burrow is playing the quarterback position the best, but he's not the most feared. Those other quarterbacks we're talking about, their fear factor is thick when you go against coordinators. How are we going to stop them, not only with their arm, with their mobility? Burrow doesn't quite have that, but when we're talking about decision-making, accuracy, eye level, people around the league believe that Burrow is the very best at that. Look, are they wasting his talent in Cincinnati? I don't know if they're quite there yet, but the pipes are bursting a little bit. They're always putting out leaks or holes in Cincinnati, whether it's the O-line or the bad defense. But they have a quarterback that can win it all for them and win an MVP. He looks primed for it.
Jeremy Fowler on his list, talking to executives, scouts, coaches, dropping a random attempt at comparing something here, like a little, make an analogy. Joe Burrow's playing the quarterback position the best, which is to treat running like it's not also playing the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Joe, what if I offered you 2 cars? One of them is a really nice car. Mm-hmm. One of them is not as nice a car, but also flies. Which do you think would be the more desirable vehicle?
I believe the latter would be, give me the flying car.
You'd take a
Yeah, give me the flying car.
Well, this one's better at just being a car.
Yeah.
Great. I'd prefer this vehicle.
Right.
It might not be perfect, but what? We're just going to go with, he doesn't do the other stuff. Right. Yeah. Those other guys do the other stuff, and that stuff is of great value.
Yeah.
Anyway. I like that. You got a better one? Is that okay?
No, I'm glad you give that, because the first one that came to my mind, of course, No Air Show was a golf one.
This guy hits all the fairways.
I was going to say.
But this other guy hits it into the first cut 338 yards.
I was going to say. This guy is the best golfer, driving the ball, irons. He can't putt.
Right. This guy's got better scores.
He doesn't know how to putt.
This guy's got better scores. This guy does this better. He shapes the ball. I don't know.
The running part of it.
It's being treated like it's not part of being a quarterback, and it most certainly is part of being a quarterback.
Absolutely.
Look who gets drafted now. Why is it a weak quarterback class? It's a weak if you don't get any guys that move.
Right.
A year where it's only Kenny Pickett, 20th overall. Mac Jones goes late as the 5th guy. Why? If you can't move, you can't play.
Right, and Mahomes can move.
He can definitely move.
Burrow can move a little bit, but the gulf that exists between Mahomes and Burrow, with Allen and Jackson as a passer, you could even argue that Allen and Jackson are better passers. Like, there is an argument to be made there, but they're all 4 pretty close together. You don't have to nitpick. But when it comes to their ability to run, the other two, Jackson and Allen, are so far above Burrow and Mahomes that is, I think you kind of have to ignore the rushing to put either Mahomes or Burrow above them, again, unless you're just doing the rings part of it. And is it interesting at all that the two guys that don't run as well are the two that have made it to Super Bowls?
Might be interesting. I'm just looking at interception numbers because here's the other part of it for this conversation. We'll get a call in, Mark. Hang on 1 second. Like, Burrow only threw 9 picks last year.
Uh-huh.
That's pretty impressive. That's not bad at all.
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
What about Mahomes?
12, I think.
12. You know, one of the biggest inconsistencies the biggest point that drove me nuts about Josh Allen was any idea that, the reason he's not as good or they're failing in the playoffs is because he's throwing interceptions. As if that was the Bills' record was terrible over Allen's career because he led the league in picks, while the record was incredible while he was doing all of that. And then yet, no one just wants to mention that Patrick Mahomes is the second most interceptions in the NFL last 2 years.
Yep.
We're going to sweep that under the rug. So, picks did matter, but now they don't.
But to me, that's another part of this. In a league where interception numbers by passing percentage, interception percentages are way down. Guys don't throw picks the way they used to.
Right, that's right.
So what's the thing that can truly set you apart? Like, here's Burrow. He threw 9 picks. Allen threw 6.
Right.
What's the other thing?
Herbert threw 3.
Right. And what's the thing that I think many have identified as a cheat code for the sport? It's something that Allen and Jackson do elitely, and the Mahomes used to be elite at but isn't, and that is sack avoidance.
Yeah.
Sack avoidance is part of being a quarterback. And here's Fowler talking about why Burrow finished ahead of Lamar. He finished ahead of Lamar because he plays the quarterback position. What do these scouts think Lamar Jackson is doing?
I don't
How
know.
many years? He'll finish 15-year career and be like, well, they really had to make him be a quarterback. Make him be a quarterback. His touchdown interception ratio is 10-1. Mm-hmm. These guys are definitely being quarterbacks, and yet it's still kind of treated like running doesn't count, which is wild. Anyway, Mark in Tonawanda. Hey, Mark, good morning. Thanks for holding on.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
I love this conversation. It's been going on the radio a lot. It makes me believe that these analytics can only get us so far, right? Like, at the end of the day, you're Dalton Kincaid or Josh Allen. You have to make that play in Arrowhead to beat Mahomes, right? Like, it's right. Sometimes you just have to go out and do it, and that's what Mahomes has done. You could say these stats all day long, but until Josh Allen wins a Super Bowl, it's all like a feel-good kind of thing. I just don't see the relevance of these little stats when, at the end of the day, just win the freaking game.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we're talking about who won a game, there's a scoreboard for that. We know who won games. But in a conversation about ranking the best players, I mean, what do you want to do? You've used I
just think Josh Allen will always live in Mahomes' shadow until he wins that big game.
I wouldn't dispute that.
That's fine, but are you saying it's his fault?
I would say that no, I don't think it's his fault.
Well, because that's the same thing.
Like Sean McDermott.
But that's the same thing. Like, to me, what these numbers are doing is it's telling you the story of how we've arrived here. And if you look at the numbers of it and see what Allen has done, and you could even include the playoff numbers for this, you would never arrive at, well, the reason he's living in Mahomes' shadow is because Allen has been that much worse than Patrick Mahomes. It has been more because Patrick Mahomes has been getting a lot of help in critical moments from his team where he can put up these average numbers, and guess what? They're going to the Super Bowl anyway.
Well, it's based on his play too. I mean, Mahomes is
part of it.
Unbelievable in these big games, right?
Yeah, he also punted.
You know who was really good, analytically really good, was Tyrod Taylor, right? He never gave.
And he wasn't. But he's not great. Come on, he wasn't great.
These are incredible. These are incredible leaps.
Mahomes also went 9 drives without scoring a point in an AFC Championship game and went to the Super Bowl anyway. Does he get like that?
I'm just saying, and Joe, I'm just shocked that you're taking. It's like, until we beat this guy, we can't really say anything.
Well,
okay.
No, we could say that we can say the pieces around Allen have to be better because he is matching the other guy. That's what you would be able to say.
Well, he had the ball at the end of the game in Arrowhead, and they didn't make the play.
He did make the play. Yes, he did. He made the play. His tight end didn't make the catch. There's no other quarterback in the world that gets that. Maybe Lamar Jackson. Maybe Lamar that gets that football on that play call with two unevaded rushers coming at him to get the ball 30 yards in the air to his tight end. There's nobody else other than maybe Lamar that gets that football there. He made the play.
Right, so someone else has to come up big for him. That's my whole point. I mean, so these stats are saying these things, but the wins aren't there. The wins over Mahomes aren't there, right?
No,
that's
right. That's right.
What are you telling us then?
So I'm saying that we could talk analytics until we're blue in the face.
Why do you keep talking about it like it's analytics? It's I don't know.
We're not mentioning
analytics.
We're not going into like EPA per play and expected completion percentage stuff. Like we're just looking at like the pretty basic stuff.
You're looking at his stats. I don't understand. What am I missing here? You're comparing these two guys' stats. You're getting into the nitty-gritty of who's better.
That's right. We're discussing who's better, and you're calling and saying
the three-time winning Super Bowl quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, is going to always be better than Josh Allen.
Okay. Who's a better quarterback right now? Who's a better quarterback right now? Josh Allen or Peyton Manning? Right now.
Peyton Manning.
Right now he's better. He can throw. I'm saying who could throw for on a field today. Who's the better quarterback?
Josh Allen.
Oh, but Peyton's got some rings. Like, eventually you have to it's a straw man.
What do you mean? Like,
eventually you have to be like, sure, this guy's got rings. Who's better? Who's better? Who's better? Matthew Stafford or Josh Allen? You might think Stafford. That's okay. It's okay to have any opinion. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like we got to earlier today. If you're going to be a rings person, you're a rings person. It's okay to be a rings person.
Right, the rings is why we do it. The rings is what we're waiting for, and the numbers are not excusing the Bills. What you could say it's doing, and maybe you'd think I'm wrong for this, is it's excusing Josh Allen, because I think Josh Allen today is a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes is. But Mahomes has gone to the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl. So what's my only conclusion then? If you think Allen's been better, then your only conclusion is the Chiefs have done a better job for their guy than the Bills have. That's it. And I don't know how that's disputable.
Thanks, Mark. I mean, I don't disagree with the overarching point of it'll always be like this until Allen wins. We know. That's Rings culture. Rings culture is SGA and the Thunder win one ring, and they're talking about his legacy.
Yeah.
Like,
Not everybody, though. There have been a lot this offseason that are willing to put Allen above. I mean, even in this poll, what did you say the number was? 60% voted Mahomes?
Yep.
That means 40%. 40%. That's not a small number of executives, coaches, and scouts are willing to put somebody above Patrick Mahomes. And that number is only going to climb if he continues to play like this. So even the people that are running the league are giving credence to the idea of, well, you do have to play well, too. You can't just be a part of the winner, and it can't just be, well, you won rings 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and you're automatically going to get the number one. Like, no, if you play like dirt for 3 years...
Which he's not played like dirt, but yeah, right.
No, but he's not been the best quarterback in football.
Right.
And you can't not be the best quarterback in football forever and continue to get ranked number one.
It's a consistent thing. You really don't have that many in other sports where the guy that's the best hasn't yet won. It's McDavid, it's Allen, it's Lamar. Those are the three.
That's pretty much it. Yep.
And, yeah, sure, if you want to be a rings person, like you're going to land there. 803-0550. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thanks, Mark. You can give us a ring if you want. 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Stay tuned. I put a Twitter poll up about
Jeremy
the Bills
here
offseason. Wayland Brewing. Next week, the Bills start training camp. Let's check in. How good was their offseason? Do you think they had a good offseason? And I put up 4 options on the Twitter poll. I thought about these answers yesterday, and if someone asks me to really explain them, I don't know that I can differentiate between probably and sure, but your options are, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? Hell yeah, probably, sure, or no.
I think I could try to explain the difference because I voted for sure.
Okay, because I voted for probably.
Okay, you voted for probably.
Yes.
I voted for sure.
I think they probably had a good offseason.
If someone asks, okay, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? And my response is probably. That sounds like, okay, that went pretty good.
Yeah, they probably had a good offseason.
And
I think
whereas
they probably did.
When I'm voting, it might depend on how you're emphasizing it. Your tone is. But it's, okay, did you think the Bills had a good offseason? And I go, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, they had a good offseason. That's about how I would say sure. Like, sure, they had a good offseason. There's a gap there.
There is
between.
there
probably.
Is. I'm not sure what the gap is, but there is a gap there.
There is a gap.
I think the answer is probably. They probably had a good offseason. I certainly couldn't get to hell yeah because there's a lot of room left for that. Yeah. And maybe we look back and they did have one that good. But right now, how good you feel about it, they probably had a good offseason. And a lot of that's buoyed by the fact that they're, consistently good to great.
That's right.
And,
my holdup would be that it's not necessarily their fault, but the one thing I think they needed to do more than anything this offseason was to go land a star player.
Blue chip talent.
A blue chip talent, a whale at any position, really. And again, partially not their fault. Those guys didn't get moved. They didn't do it.
No, so what happens is they have to find one.
So you did the best you could, but
you have to find one, and maybe they found one somewhere along the way, and it's just not obvious.
Right. Like, hell yeah, to me, maybe that's where I should be more open to probably, because I think you can't say hell yeah unless they had done Myles Garrett. Or maybe you would consider Metcalf that.
And last year's a year where Allen being overrated was a big talking point, right? We had 11 NFL players said he was the most overrated player in the league. Okay. I don't feel like anybody's saying that about him this year. Now I've got Lamar being underrated. And that gets to the genesis of why I asked you to post, is Mahomes overrated? We kind of flirted with this idea last year. And now that Josh just won the MVP, and it's 2 straight years of Mahomes looking not great. He consistently looks great against the Bills in the postseason. But otherwise, not great. Not a great offense last year. Not even a great postseason from their offense last year, outside of what they did against the Bills to some degree. And it's almost like, I went over it earlier in the show, my rule is, if you're going to put Mahomes 1, okay, you're a rings person. Because he doesn't look like the best in the league right now. He looks like top 3, top 5, whatever. He's great. There's no doubt about it. He had an incredible start to his career that probably put his expectations so stratospherically high that it would be hard to stay there. Mm-hmm. And then I've got Allen and Jackson who've won the last couple MVPs, and they have been better than Mahomes.
Yep.
But I still have executives landing Mahomes at number 1. Okay. Josh's lowest ranking is number 4. Mahomes' lowest ranking is number 4. Burrow came in 3rd, and Burrow's lowest ranking was number 5. Home Run Derby tonight. Enjoy it. Atlanta. If you want.
Not a ballpark you've been to?
No.
This is a newer one?
It's kind of new. I've been to 15, and I haven't been to a new one in a long time.
What's the most likely next one?
New one?
Yeah.
Most likely next to get to for the first time?
Yep.
That's tough. Probably Citi Field, because I've done the Northeast, and that's the closest that I haven't done.
You would have been to Shea, though?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good question. My next likely new ballpark.
Have you been to Coors Field?
No.
You go to Colorado, right?
Always when baseball's not being played, though.
Oh, yeah, right, duh. That's right.
Yep. All right, we'll get a break in 803-0550. Ben Gretsch of Stealing Signals coming up at 9:30. He's got some interesting stuff on the AFC East. Jeremy and Joe talking quarterbacks. The NFL GMs and coaches released some rankings through Jeremy Fowler. We're talking about that. And other stuff, Bills offseason, all that good stuff. It's coming up here on WGR. We got the situation with the second-round picks. Nobody signed. Mm-hmm. All right. That's a league-wide story that's just kind of quiet. Hey, none of the second-round picks signed. Okay.
It maybe can be related to the collusion story from the last week. I guess that might be the story you missed over the week, which is that owners colluded to keep guaranteed money down. And here are second-round rookies as a collective basically saying we're not signing for anything but the fully guaranteed amount, which is what the only two second-round rookies that have signed so far signed for fully guaranteed contracts.
Yep.
So are the rest going to hold firm on that? I mean, the first guy that got tested on that, Trey Harris in L.A., is not at Chargers training camp. So, honestly, it's not as big a deal because he plays as important of a role, but James Cook said he's going to be at training camp. There's really no holdout coming from him. TJ Sanders might not be there next week for the Bills. If this rookie's not going, and we'll see if anybody else reports before the Bills do and has that tested. But right now, I feel like Sanders won't be there. Be my guess right now. I mean, it kind of sounds like none of the second-round rookies are going to be at their team's training camps.
I put a Twitter poll up about the Bills offseason. Next week, the Bills start training camp. Let's check in. How good was their offseason? Do you think they had a good offseason? And I put up 4 options on the Twitter poll. I thought about these answers yesterday, and if someone asks me to really explain them, I don't know that I can differentiate between probably and sure, but your options are, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? Hell yeah, probably, sure, or no.
I think I could try to explain the difference because I voted for sure.
Okay, because I voted for probably.
Okay, you voted for probably.
Yes.
I voted for sure.
I think they probably had a good offseason.
If someone asks, okay, do you think the Bills had a good offseason? And my response is probably. That sounds like, okay, that went pretty good.
Yeah, they probably had a good offseason.
And
I
whereas
think they probably did.
When I'm voting, it might depend on how you're emphasizing it. Your tone is. But it's, okay, did you think the Bills had a good offseason? And I go, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, they had a good offseason. That's about how I would say sure. Sure, they had a good offseason. There's a gap there.
There is
between.
there
probably.
Is. I'm not sure what the gap is, but there is a gap there.
There is a gap.
I think the answer is probably. They probably had a good offseason. I certainly couldn't get to hell yeah because there's a lot of room left for that. Yeah. And maybe we look back and they did have one that good. But right now, how good you feel about it, they probably had a good offseason. And a lot of that's buoyed by the fact that they're, consistently good to great.
That's right.
And,
my holdup would be that it's not necessarily their fault, but the one thing I think they needed to do more than anything this offseason was to go land a star player.
Blue chip talent.
A blue chip talent, a whale at any position, really. And again, partially not their fault. Those guys didn't get moved. They didn't do it.
No, so what happens is they have to find one.
So you did the best you could.
Yeah,
but
you have to find one, and maybe they found one somewhere along the way, and it's just not obvious.
Right. Hell yeah, to me, maybe that's where I should be more open to probably, because I think you can't say hell yeah unless they had done Myles Garrett. Or maybe you would consider Metcalf that. Wimbledon yesterday featured Yannick Sinner winning his 4th major of his career, beating Carlos Alcaraz 3-1 in sets. It's his 3rd major in his last 4, by the way, for Sinner. Iga Swiatek wins Wimbledon's women's final on Saturday, winning 6-0, 6-0. Dominant performance for her. The first time that a major final has gone 6-0, 6-0 since 1988. In football, teams starting to report to training camp. Chargers are first. They have the Hall of Fame game on July 31st. Second-round rookie wide receiver Trey Harris did not report to camp. He's holding out, as 30 of the 32 second-round picks in the NFL are still unsigned, looking for fully guaranteed contracts. And at the moment, TJ Sanders of the Bills is one of those unsigned players. Browns second-round rookie running back Quinshon Judkins, in addition to not being signed, he was arrested this weekend in Florida on charges of domestic battery. Ndamukong Suh retires from the NFL, 5-time All-Pro. And Najee Harris, who was involved in a fireworks accident on July 4th, had an eye injury. He apparently is going to be okay and ready for the start of the season, that according to his agent. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Out of that group of 4, the top 4, he was 4th last year in the league when it comes to just watching them play. The gap has never been this ridiculously big gap when it comes to Patrick, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow. All 3 of those guys had better seasons last year than Patrick did, yes. But there is the reality that Patrick, not once, not twice, but 3 or 4 times, has played his absolute best when it's been needed the most. Those other 3 guys haven't necessarily done that.
Dan Orlovsky. What?
No, I just not about Dan Orlovsky. You want a quick? You're gonna think no, but I'm gonna tell you the answer is absolutely yes.
All right.
Do you want a quick 2026 3-round mock draft from Pro Football Network?
I don't.
I know you don't.
Wait a minute. Okay. Pro Football Network.
3-round
mock draft.
Look at this guy, by the way. The dead of the summer. Like, you know what I'm going to do? 3-round mock draft for 2026. Mm-hmm. Here's why and you're going to want to hear it, though.
Okay, hold on one second.
Yep, get it ready. All right, so that's not the intro.
Sound of me grabbing the wide receiver big board.
He's holding it tight.
Just for old time's sake.
He's holding it tight. So, here, this could not be better if you're a Bills fan. Pro Football Network mock draft.
Drafting 32nd?
The Bills, in the draft order, are 32nd.
Let's go.
So I believe that is really...
They won the Super Bowl.
They picked them to win the Super Bowl.
Well, then get rid of this board. Who cares?
No. Grab it back. Grab it back. Because not only... I mean, like, you could. I mean, they've won the Super Bowl and everything's,
Yeah.
Whatever. So the Bills are picking 32nd, but...
Traded down with the Chiefs again, huh?
The Bills...
Sorry, it had to be said. I don't actually mean it. Come on, that's what we're here for.
Where does he have the Chiefs, by the way? He has the Chiefs 30th, so he would have the Bills beating the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game.
Who do they beat in the Super Bowl?
Minnesota.
Wow. Which franchise loses a 5th Super Bowl?
Minnesota.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Wow.
They lost in the Super Bowl. They need one. Yeah.
The 0-for-5er Bowl.
Right. So then he has the Bills at 32.
Minnesota.
Trading up 9 spots. I think they trade a future first-round pick. No, that can't be right. They trade a bunch of stuff, and they move up from 32 to 23 and draft Indiana wide receiver Elijah Sarrett.
Listen.
That's the best mock draft I've ever heard in my life. The Bills win the Super Bowl and then decide we're going to trade up for a receiver right after. And everybody's happy. There's not a soul in town that is upset.
Sure.
About anything.
They could trade for...
Right, they could trade for a punt.
They could trade for a giraffe. I don't care.
Right.
I was just holding up the big board for old time's sake. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. The big talk today in the content sphere. Listen, it's 9 days till camps open up. Like, we're here. We live in the content sphere. Mm-hmm. The top 10 quarterbacks, according to the NFL, scouts, executives, GMs, all that.
Are Eagles fans in the right to be mad that they're going to be mad all day that Jalen Hurts is 9th?
Everybody thinks their own player is underrated. Jalen Hurts at the 9th best quarterback is not underrated. He's fine.
I think that's about properly. I think the biggest offense, and I think everyone uses this guy If your quarterback has won and this guy is getting ranked over him at any point, that's when most I see lose their mind. No matter who your guy is, it's when Justin Herbert gets ranked over them.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
Justin Herbert being ranked over anybody else's quarterback is fuel to the fire. Because that is who's Justin Herbert. He is the stat. Is he not seen as the stat patter, the guy who can't actually win? What has he done? He got called a social media quarterback a couple of years ago.
He did.
He threw more picks in a playoff game than he did in the entire regular season, which is propped up as like a huge criticism of him. He, by the way, highest ranking was 3rd.
Herbert?
Yeah. So there's somebody in the league that has Herbert number 3. And I think he is always the catalyst for how could you possibly rank blank above my guy? It's always Justin Herbert. And that's what I'm seeing the most of for Philadelphia right now. Because it's but I don't think it's crazy at all. I think Justin Herbert's a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts is. It's kind of like the Mahomes-Allen conversation. Yes, the other guys won. The other guys accomplished a lot more.
Yeah.
But you're telling me he's better?
Here's a fun question for this top 10 list. Would Stafford be on it if he didn't win a Super Bowl? I think he's great. And my favorite thing about Stafford is
he's 6th. He's 6th, by the way.
He's 6th. He's number 6 according to coaches and GMs. My favorite thing about Stafford is that he seems to be a lot of quarterbacks' favorite quarterback.
Yeah.
That's what
right.
I love about Stafford. Like you could just, it's like, game recognizes game. If you asked the top 10, who's your favorite quarterback to watch, Stafford might win that poll because he's just got a ton of respect. Speaking of which, I think the Rams are going to be a wagon this year.
Yeah, you do?
I really do. I think the Rams are going to be awesome. And that's kind of fun because, they're not in the AFC, so I can just kind of root for them. There's nothing wrong with them. One thing about the quarterback series that you learn there is that Jared Goff had not heard a whiff of getting traded to the Lions.
No.
He just got a phone call from Sean McVay one night. Hey, Coach, what's up? You've been traded to the Lions.
And he said it was like on social media like 20 seconds after.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're going to Detroit.
Yep. And I didn't remember it this way, but
he got almost emotional about also.
Yes, he did.
Because I remember when he got traded there. I thought this as well as many other did.
He was sent off to die.
Right, and Detroit didn't even want him.
Right.
And that the Lions didn't want him. It was just the Rams needed him in the trade as a cap dump. Mm-hmm. They needed to get him off the books so that they could bring in Stafford, that they basically made Detroit take him. But the way Goff and Campbell and Holmes, the GM, all kind of tell the stories, and they've held true to this, was they saw him as their starting quarterback for the long term.
Yep.
Which, I remember wanting Lamar Jackson to go there and thinking they're building something nice there. They'll improve off Goff at some point, and they never wavered off that. They paid him really as soon as they could. They gave him a new contract.
They did. I also forgot that Goff's first season, they were 0-11. 0-11-1. They finished 3-13-1. And then Dan Campbell's first year, they had 3 wins.
Yeah.
Then 9-8, and then NFC Championship game. One quick thing to kind of follow up on Mark from Tonawanda, who called last segment, his point. Right now on ESPN, which quarterback has the best chance to dethrone Mahomes? Mm-hmm. And they're voting, Allen Jackson. This is kind of the point that either proves Mark's point or is a counterpoint. That's not a question about which quarterback's going to dethrone Mahomes. It's which team's going to beat the Chiefs. Because that's actually the only way to do it. As we've kind of been pointing out, Jackson and Allen have been having better seasons than that guy, and it doesn't count. The only way to actually dethrone him is for your team to beat his team. You don't have to be better. If you got hurt in the second quarter and your team knocked him out, and then you came back the next week, you would have been said to have dethroned him.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. It comes down to, did your team beat his team? Anyway, I have a food conversation if you want something more fun than just yelling about Mahomes.
What kind of food?
Tacos.
A taco question?
A taco question. Came up at family taco night. When we go on vacation, so it's Krausefest, my father-in-law's celebration of the family. We all go to a place. It's amazing. It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Each family makes a dinner one night. We're there for 5 nights. Our family does dinner one night, another brother and sister, blah, 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 on and on. 5 different families come together for one family. So one night was taco night.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't love a good taco night, right?
No, they're great.
After dinner, we're all kind of sitting around, and I don't know how it came up, but the question was, how many tacos is a lot of tacos? Because
How many
tacos?
I got to start with what kind of tacos are we talking about here? Like
hard shell
tacos.
We're going to go hard shell because I do think it's a different conversation with hard shell.
It's very different.
Yeah.
Very different.
How many tacos is a lot of tacos? Because as we're discussing this, I said to my wife, I'm like, I had 5 tacos. She said, that's a lot of tacos. To which I said, that's not a lot of tacos. And immediately right next to me, my brother-in-law, Jason, said, I had 5 tacos. I'm like, yeah, see? 5 tacos is a very normal amount of tacos.
I tend to...
3 is the minimum order.
3 is minimum.
Isn't us serving 3?
Yeah, like if I go somewhere, a restaurant, and order tacos, I'm never getting less than 3.
If it's 2, you're upset.
Yeah.
I better get 3 tacos.
No,
here.
normally our taco place is more common than anything, like a la carte for that. Like you're picking, I'll take this one, and this one. And then they bring you the tray with the 3 of them.
Yeah.
Although 5... If I'm only having 3, I think I want something else because I feel like 3 tacos isn't enough.
See? Yeah.
3 tacos on its own is not enough, right? So 5 can't. I don't think 5 can be a lot.
I don't think 5's a lot.
Were there chips and salsa like involved in this dinner though? Was there a
sure.
side of anything? Was there queso?
Sure, there would have been other options, but
Okay.
how many tacos is a lot of tacos?
I don't think I would say that about 5. No,
What's the highest number of tacos you've eaten in one sitting?
More than 5.
Definitely more than 5. Who didn't get a 6-pack a million times, right?
Sure.
Like just go get a 6-pack?
I think once you get to 7 has to be a lot of tacos, right? How many tacos? 7. That's a lot.
How many did you eat? 7. Wow, it's a lot of tacos.
That feels appropriate.
7.
Because 7, especially 7, you are ordering above any single order amount, right?
What if they sell a 12-pack?
They would when they label that as a family pack.
That sounds judgy.
A 12-pack of tacos.
That sounds judgy.
Because a 6-pack of tacos exists.
Yeah.
So if you end up getting 7, you have gone somewhere and you've seen the 6-pack option and go, no, that's not enough. I need more than that.
All right.
That's when you truly have reached a lot, I think.
Talking about this last week with former Bills offensive lineman Jerry Ostrowski, he pointed out that he used to get 20 packs.
Okay. Sure.
A 20-pack.
Like when he played in the NFL?
Way back when, it was 20 for wherever he was, it was 20 for 20. $20 for 20 tacos.
Uh-huh. I mean, that I don't totally... I mean, the athletes, when they're playing, aren't they eating like a million? Shaq told a story once where he ate like 6 Big Macs. Let me pull it up right here. Shaq said, last year, he once ate 6 Big Macs, 8 fries, 20 nuggets, and a Diet Pepsi in one sitting. So, like, if you're going into, like, pro athlete territory, like, I'm sure there are some Bills linemen right now that, what would a lot of tacos for Deion Dawkins be or for Connor McGovern? It's probably, like, 25.
That's funny.
Right.
I mean, Eric Wood always tells the story
answer.
that they do the weigh-ins for Thanksgiving, right? To see, like, how much you could put on.
Yes. Right.
I've never done that.
No, I've never done that either.
What if you decided to go tacos at Thanksgiving? A day where you're supposed to eat a lot.
Can't do that. Would
Would you eat 20?
Well, what are you doing? What spread are you offering me? Like, there's no turkey. Like,
no, it's just taco Thanksgiving.
This is just tacos.
Which, by the way,
you're not having a Thanksgiving dinner where there are also tacos.
I'm immediately thinking we should have a holiday called Taco Thanksgiving, where we just eat tacos.
Isn't it kind of
Cinco de Mayo?
Cinco de Mayo,
maybe.
Although I wouldn't stuff myself on Cinco de Mayo like I would on Thanksgiving. Because if I were going to eat the same amount of calories in tacos that I eat on a Thanksgiving dinner, would probably be 15 tacos, right? The equivalent of all those mashed potatoes and yams and turkey and everything would be 15, probably. So if you're having 10 people over, you better have like 200 tacos ready to go.
That's right. Anyway.
What was a lot for you?
I mean, I ate 5, and I just said 5's not a lot.
Okay.
That was my answer. 5's not a lot.
I don't think 5's a lot. I think 7. I'm gonna stick with 7 for my number on this.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
If they're soft shell, then 5's a lot.
I tend to agree. The soft shell, like, there's some sort of conversion rate. It's harder to eat 6 soft shell versus 6 hard shell.
Right.
Maybe it's just mental because the crunchiness makes you want to keep going like you're eating chips.
Pretty much.
So, funny story. I was watching Chris Long's Greenlight podcast, and file this under. This kind of gets to the Burrow, Cousins, Goff Netflix show, and soon the Bills on Hard Knocks. What will we learn about that we don't know? The number of stories you don't know what you don't know in the NFL, it's incredible. Once these former players start telling stories, Chris Long's telling a story about sacking the quarterback and how when you get a sack as a defensive lineman, sometimes your other fellow linemen will think it belongs to them. And some version of, if I got this right from what Chris Long was telling the story, he's playing once, he got a sack and a half in the game, he goes in the locker room, and one of his team was like, I think it was James Laurinaitis he might have been playing with the Rams at the time. He's like, you might want to go talk to Jimbo. He's going to submit that one. And what it means is you can submit a highlight to the league for them to rescore the sack for you. Oh. So that linemen sometimes, he basically what Chris Long was talking about in this episode was a code among defensive linemen. There's a code. And if someone got a sack they shouldn't have, then you can go ahead and submit that. But he went so far as to say, if you don't have an incentive in your contract for sacks and I do, I'll pay you to not submit to the league to rescore that sack. Because I'll give you $20,000. I might have an incentive that pays me $500,000 on a certain number of sacks.
Yeah.
The kind of stuff, would you have ever in a million years
never
thought about that?
Thought about that for a second, but it totally all adds up.
Right.
Right.
I know everybody's on the same team. Everybody's about them, the team. And this, but scoring a sack, did I lose a half sack? Did I gain a half sack?
Yeah.
Do I have an incentive? That the players are sometimes the ones that will submit.
Right.
I think I should have got one here. Here's $15,000. Just don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
The league probably goes back and does it themselves too, though, don't they?
I don't.
Reevaluating all that? No. Because there are stat corrections every week.
That's right. The question is, does a player or the agent go in and say, go check that out?
Right.
And
we don't point them to it.
We don't know that process the way we think we do.
Then how? So then what does it do? I wonder, maybe he tells a story like this where both guys have incentives.
Well,
on the sack. And if one guy gets credited for it and he knows his teammate's about to take it away, could start some fights.
You would wonder.
Could start some fights.
He was just telling, a couple little stories like that. He had another one with Michael Bennett, I guess. Okay. You might want to go talk to him. He's talking about that. That's going to be his sack. Like, whoa. So, just you don't know what you don't know.
Well, especially if those linebackers. Like James Laurinaitis was a middle linebacker. I would be surprised if he had a sack incentive in his contract.
Right.
So that one's probably easier.
Right.
But if you and if Greg Rousseau and Ed Oliver are arriving at the quarterback at the same time and they give the full sack to Rousseau, but Oliver's got that's when I feel like, you could get into a hairy situation if they both want it. That's why half sacks were invented, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for that exact reason. Because I guess you'd split some. Isn't there a movement to get rid of those and try and give them to one person?
The half sacks?
Yeah. I feel like there's a small movement to do that.
I don't know. That's tough, though, right? Like, there are so many sacks where I feel like, guys are getting there at the exact same time. Or what do you do when one guy starts to trip up the quarterback and the other guy comes in and finishes it? Like, he's not all the way down yet, but he's stumbling because you made contact in the first. Like, there would be a lot of situations, I think, that would be like that. So, anyways,
803-0550 our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. July 14th, almost time for camp. Getting on to it. Who's ready?
I'm ready for some more stadium stuff, too.
Yeah?
Matt Beauvais with the video last week that I saw going viral around the league. Like, everybody wow, look at the Bill Stadium. Taking the video from... Matt was on the canopy. So, that looks insanely high, especially when you see the old stadium across the way. How much lower the old... I think Matt even says it in the video. Like, it looks so tiny, the old stadium across the way. I think every picture I'm now seeing is getting me more and more fueled for it because it's really starting to look like, okay, I can visualize now. It's complete enough that you can visualize, I think, what it will look like when you're sitting down for a game. Like the shapes, right? The shapes of the seats and the stadium and the scoreboard, like all of that is kind of in place to where it's way easier to visualize now than I would say it even was like 2 months ago.
Will we? I don't hear many people saying it looks like a spaceship landed, but it kind of looks like a spaceship landed.
Not yet, but I bet once you start getting the wrap on the outside of the stadium, then that's really going to take off.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, and that should happen, I think, isn't that not supposed to happen during this season? Like when fans are going to Highmark Stadium this year, that you'll look across the street and it from the outside, it's going to start looking like that.
Right. And a lot of stadiums like that, like Arizona's looks like that.
Yep.
The new stadium, the thing watching Matt Bove's video, and we're going to probably run through there sometime soon and get our look at it, but it's just going to be incredible. And the thing I say spaceship. The first thing I think when I see it is soccer stadium. It looks like a soccer stadium.
Mm-hmm.
The canopy, and one thing that Matt pointed out in his video was, some of the pictures, the canopy looks kind of small, which means there's a lot of open sky. But he said that it definitely covers 2/3 of the seats, so only, which, let me tell you, the upper deck seats, those are going to be so nice, right?
Yeah.
You and I are going to go to a Bills game where currently the worst seat is to sit upper corner, wind tunnel, cold, December. Now
you're really far away
you are
to
cozying up in that. I mean, you wear a t-shirt.
You're you're gonna. I wonder how much it will really feel like you're indoors
to be way up
on a cold day when you are. You're up against the wall, but you also have the full canopy overhead, and it like extends way out from where you are. So you're you're as removed from the elements as you possibly could be while still being outside. I do wonder like how on a 30-degree day, on a 15-degree day, you're gonna need your winter jacket in the top end of that. Maybe you won't.
I don't know. It looks like it's gonna be quite nice though. Very exciting.
There also is we'll get into some uniform stuff maybe this week, and the Chargers go tomorrow. But there was a kind of an indication from Pete Gwelly, wasn't there, at the owners' meetings that maybe they're going to do something brand new when they open the new stadium, uniform-wise. So, like in that, I wonder if that's even on a permanent basis. If they would completely. People want the red helmets, and maybe they would do something with red helmets on a permanent basis. And the red helmet wouldn't come back as an alternate, but it would come back as, like, this is our helmet now.
Yeah. Can you imagine the Bills do something like the Sabres did 30 years ago? Which, by the way, the goat head jersey, this is the 30-year anniversary of it.
Okay, let's go. Nice.
Can you imagine if they just say, like, here are new uniforms, all new colors, new logo, new everything?
I can't.
It's kind of amazing that any team ever has done that when you think about history, but, they do it.
It's not many, though.
No, and it seems much more rare now. The 90s had an era of completely overhauling uniforms.
The Sabres did it. The Ducks did it eventually. Did anybody in football do it?
Complete overhaul?
The colors, I mean.
The Bucks.
The Bucks.
The Bucks went from creamsicle to pewter.
That's right. Yeah. There can't be many, though. That's why I can't. What are they going to do? They're going to wear green. They're going to. Hey guys, the Bills are going to wear green and yellow now.
The Patriots changed in a big way and invented a new logo. Pat the Patriot, the different one. The one that looks like Elvis.
They still stuck with blue and red, right?
But a fully new logo.
Yeah,
just out of nowhere. The Seahawks changed their colors.
The craziest thing about the Sabres wasn't just that it was
it was
a brand new color scheme. The new logo happens. The new color scheme does not happen.
I got a couple more for you from the NBA. The Pistons did this.
Okay.
The Mavericks did this.
They wore green at one point, the Mavericks.
Mm-hmm.
And they're blue and silver now.
And they had a big horse. I mean, the Pistons went from blue and red to whatever they wore when they were the giant horse breathing fire.
Yep.
Anyway, new uniforms. It's fun. When we get back, Ben Gretsch, stealing signals. Interesting, really good, thorough, like numbers-based stuff. You like to dig into the weeds on, the Bills, their offense, the league. He wrote a piece about the AFC East and what these offenses are going to try to accomplish. A lot going on in this division this year. Of course, the Bills the favorite. So Ben Gretsch, stealing signals on the other side here on WGR.
best.
I'll tell you one thing. I saw a name on the NFL Top 100 that made me think about a Bills player, and that's number 82, Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy goes from not ranked to 82, and what brought it about? It was a change of scenery.
Yeah.
He was a high draft pick. He was thought to be, like a wide receiver one coming out of college, out of Alabama. He goes to he goes to Denver first, and it never really gets off the ground there.
No.
Then he goes to Cleveland and puts up some pretty big numbers, and he's on the NFL Top 100. And that got me thinking about Elijah Moore, what's Elijah Moore's arc? It's not quite as high profile as Jeudy, but he's a second-round pick that we would have talked about when the Browns drafted him. The Jets.
Jets, yeah.
Yeah, the Jets drafted him. He goes from the Jets to the Browns. And when he went from the Jets to the Browns, people thought, oh, maybe there's the change of scenery. He was targeted plenty, and now he's here where, whatever. We don't talk about it from a fantasy football standpoint where it's targets and numbers, but on just ability, the guy's going to – Bills fans are starting to expect a lot from Moore. And I don't know that that's crazy. I saw one poll asking, do you think he'll have better numbers than he's ever had here? How confident are you that Moore will put up career highs in certain departments? And I think it's very possible. He's got as good a pedigree as anybody on the roster in terms of, you're a second-round pick. Keon Coleman's a second-round pick. Shakir, obviously a fifth-round pick, but looks really darn good, has come into his own. Josh Palmer is, Moore has as good a chance as anybody to be the second-best pass-catching option on this team. If you want to cap that ceiling at third best, okay, but I think the expectations for Moore are much more reasonable than last year when, you'd have people trying to convince you that Chase Claypool, also second-round pick, right? He was second-round pick.
Right.
I never thought the Claypool thing was going to get off the ground. And with Moore, I think it makes a lot of sense that it really could. Home run derby tonight.
Home run derby tonight.
Home run derby.
I used to love the home run derby. I'm not even a huge fan of baseball when I was a kid, but I would always watch the home run derby, and you just told me that, I had no idea. I don't know what's the format. We're doing clocks and stuff now.
They've done that for a couple of years.
We're doing round robins or something.
What are they supposed to do? The home run derby has got to be the number one. You're a kid and you liked it event. It's got to be number one.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you're 12.
Adults didn't used to like the home run derby.
I don't know. Maybe, but I bet they liked it more when they were a kid, too.
I think what they're really supposed to do is just everybody hits, and whoever hit the most home runs win. None of this, bracket, double round robin, this guy plays this guy, and wait, this guy had the most home runs, but this is the guy who won. Didn't we have that last year? The guy who hit the most home runs did not win the home run derby?
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
Just line them up, and whoever hits the most home runs wins. Anyone who wants to pitch it to him, get Chris Berman on the mic and let him scream back, 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 back until the ball goes out of play.
Yep.
And there's your derby.
I might go for 2 rounds, maybe. But, yeah, you do get a situation where a guy hits 30 in the first round, and then he's gassed by the time they get to the championship or the final round.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought the home run derby was about the park, too. What the park looks like. Fenway, Wrigley, Baltimore.
I remember it in San Francisco, one of those years. Where it was really
are they
cool.
going to hit it in the water?
In the water, yeah.
There's a lot of cool places where the park is really the star, so you can see where guys can hit it to. And tonight it's Atlanta, and I got to be honest, I don't know that park that well. I'm not that worried about that park. I know it's kind of new. It's does it have any sort of characteristic like Wrigley or Camden or Ken Griffey Jr. hits the warehouse? Probably not. So, okay. Will I pop that on? Yes, I will.
The upside is very clearly there. They added a lot of defensive talent. Drake May is very talented. If Stephon Diggs is healthy, he has the number one receiver. The offensive line should be improved. The offensive coordinator should be improved. The coach actually knows what a coach is supposed to be doing on different days. That's important. So, the upside is definitely there. I think a 7-10 or something is more likely than them being really in the wild card hunt. But I think the upside is stronger than Miami's, like I said.
It's Aaron Schatz talking a little Patriots there. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Beautiful Monday out there. 9 days till the start of Bills training camp, at least first practice, 9 days away. Rookies report tomorrow. NFL season about to get rolling. Joining us on the Wester Hotline, a guy I'm a fan of, Ben Gretsch. You can follow him on Twitter at yardspergretsch, and does a Substack, Stealing Signals. He joins us in the Wester Hotline and chat a little about the AFC East and these offenses. Ben, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time bright and early. I know you're out in the West Coast.
Yeah, waking up with you guys, having my morning coffee. Thanks for having me on.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, Ben, for people that maybe don't know about Stealing Signals, just tell everybody a little bit what it is before we kind of dig into the Bills offense, the Patriots, the Dolphins, the Jets, and what this division might look like this year.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's more fantasy football focused, but I definitely try to blend real football analysis with the stats every week during the season. I do game-by-game breakdowns on Monday and Tuesday that looks at fantasy values, but also, talks about the sport as it's played and how the stats are compiled, because I don't think enough people who are purely looking at the numbers think about the unique elements of, the different offenses and those types of things. And the AFC East has a lot of unique elements to it this year.
What about it jumps out at you as being the most unique?
Well, I mean, each of the teams have unique elements. If you look at like Miami and the Jets, for example, they have two sides of a similar coin, which is in fantasy football, we're looking for volume a lot of the time. And when you look at like pass rate, for example, you're looking at called pass plays, but different quarterbacks will turn called passes into pass attempts at different rates. And so because of Tua's concussion history, one of the things we've been seeing in Miami the last several years is his scramble rate has declined. His rate of designed runs has declined. He's taking fewer sacks. He's getting the ball out a ton. So they're calling more pass plays, but they're also turning called pass plays into pass attempts at one of the highest rates in the league. And so you're going to get a ton of pass volume. And they have a really concentrated offense. You have the potential for really high reception numbers. A fun stat on them, Devon Achane had more receptions than any running back in the league last year by 10. And he did it despite having massive splits in the Tua games versus the non-Tua games. He had 6 receptions per game in the 11 games Tua played and only 1.8 per game in the 6 games that Tua missed. And so you have this potential for him to have a massive receiving role, or Tyreek to have a bounce-back year, or those types of things. With the Jets, you have sort of the exact opposite end of the spectrum. They're going to be more run-heavy. Their whole offensive line grades better as run blockers than pass blockers. They have very good running backs, and they have Justin Fields' dual threat ability. But then the other big thing is when they do call passes, which is going to be a lower rate, Fields also scrambles at an incredibly high rate. He takes sacks at an incredibly high rate. So he turns those called pass plays into pass attempts, which turn into targets and catches and the ability for receivers to get stats at a very low rate, which makes it really hard for a guy like Garrett Wilson, for example, who I really like as a talent. Makes it really hard for him to have a statistical ceiling that makes him a fun fantasy football player.
As you're kind of getting into this, you say it's skewed to fantasy football to some degree, but what it reveals is, something that really happened on the football field. Tua getting a concussion changes kind of the way that they operate their offense, right? That calling pass plays, but also getting more pass attempts out of those. That is where these numbers that you kind of dig into can show you maybe a team's tendencies or why they can be a bad matchup for a specific opponent within the same division.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's a fascinating thing in terms of how the real life stuff is going to impact that. But a lot of people were talking about the quick passing game to the perimeter for Miami as being something that was a little bit gimmicky last year. Jonnu Smith had a ton of catches late. They ended up trading him this offseason. I think that is their way of matching something that the teams with the mobile QBs can do, which is stretching defenses laterally at the line of scrimmage. If you have, Justin Fields, or if you have Josh Allen, right, the ability for those guys to pull on like a read option where they're maybe going to give to a running back up the middle, but they pull the ball, has to hold the defensive ends and the edge defenders on the outside. And we see that mobile quarterbacks have a very positive impact on running backs' rushing efficiency because defenses can't crash down on the run because they have to respect the ability of the mobile quarterback to pull the ball and go around the end, right?
Yeah.
Well, in Miami, you can't do that with Tua. So the way that they manufacture that is those quick passes to the perimeter. They split out Achane, they split out Jonnu Smith a lot last year. And Tua is actually really good at quickly releasing and throwing it accurately to the perimeter. It's not like an elite skill necessarily, but there are guys who are better at that than others. And so the guys that were, Achane and Jonnu that were catching those quick passes had really, really high catch rates last year because they're basically extended handoffs. And it allows them to stretch defenses horizontally, pre-snap, force defenses to put players on the perimeter, which also should help them run up the middle a little bit and do some of the things over the middle of the field that they want to be able to do. So that's going to be a part of their offense, I think, again this year, and it's going to lead to really high reception rates. So if you play in those PPR leagues, I think the Miami guys are pretty valuable for that.
Ben, I want to run this by you because it's been something, here in Buffalo, we kind of live in the MVP debate at quarterback over the last couple seasons. Ben Gretsch joining us on the Western Hotline. And when you say that mobile quarterbacks help a running game, here we're talking about whether or not the Bills should extend James Cook and sign James Cook. And in Baltimore, Derrick Henry had huge numbers. And for me, I feel like the MVP conversation always gets to, well, that guy has help, so that should work against him. But this point you make about mobile quarterbacks helping a running back, to me, that's a point in favor of an MVP argument. The existence of Allen helps Cook. That's value you're getting additionally from Allen. And the same with Jackson, too. Like Jackson, when he hands the ball off to Henry, him being there is still super valuable to that run game's existence.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, I think you put that very well. As far as from what I see in the numbers, what I expected going into last year and what I saw during the season, I think both those quarterbacks were significant elements to both those running backs having the seasons that they did. Henry having the big bounce back year, at age 30 after a tough year in Tennessee the year prior was largely because you have Lamar Jackson's threat to pull the ball and run on the edge and be so dynamic in the run game. And James Cook going from 2 rushing TDs the first couple of years to now under Joe Brady, they're doing things a little bit differently. He has 16 rushing TDs last year. I mean, that's because also Josh Allen's rushing TDs have spiked under Joe Brady, and they're using him as more of a rushing threat in the red zone, and that just makes it more difficult to put the numbers in place to stop Cook from getting the space he needs. I mean, obviously he's a good running back as well. It works both ways, but certainly Josh Allen's unique skill set is having a very positive impact there.
How could you see their offense evolving, Ben? They faced one of the highest rates of stacked boxes in the league last year, which is almost incredible. They were able to run the ball as well as they did anyway. And then this year they go out and I think they improve the receiver position. I don't think they're like the best in the world, but Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore over Mac Hollins and whatever was left of Amari Cooper. If they can get more separation down the field, how do you feel like that could, evolve the whole offense?
Yeah, I'm really intrigued. That's what makes them unique as well. I mean, over 60 offensive touchdowns last year, which is a huge number, and yet only Allen and Cook scored more than 6. Ray Davis was third on the team with 6 touchdowns. Mac Hollins had 5. Everyone else on the team had 4 or fewer, which is shocking. I mean, that's what the numbers look like for the teams that don't score a lot of touchdowns in terms of spreading around the love a little bit. It's funny, the Bills have that everyone eats mentality, and I think it does negatively impact them a little bit for fantasy because they have kind of different roles and packages and ideas for the different things they want to do. I really like Khalil Shakir, what he's been able to do. Obviously, a lot of what I just described about the quick passing game to the perimeter in Miami, Bills fans will know that Shakir was a huge part of that in Buffalo. They added that with him, the swing passes, and he's so dynamic with the ball in his hands. He has probably not shown the downfield separation and target earning of some of the other receivers that he's going around in drafts. So I'm curious to see how his skill set will develop. He's certainly my favorite piece in the passing game for the Bills. But I do think you mentioned some of the new names. They're going to use a lot of these guys. They're hoping Keon Coleman develops. They're hoping to get a healthier season out of Dalton Kincaid. And I do think it's a little tricky in the passing game, even if that develops, because their pace slowed way down last year as well. This is a team that used to run pretty up-tempo offenses with Josh Allen and was very slow last year. And despite scoring over 60 touchdowns, I mean, they're a team that ran well under the league average in play volume. And then the other key number for them was their pass rate over expectation. The expected pass rate would be relative to game situation. So the fact that they're winning all the time does mean that they would be expected to run more, but their pass rate over expected was still negative. It was the negative for the first time since either 2018 or 2019. It had been about 5 years solidly in the positive. And so this, Joe Brady offense, it shifted in the middle of 2023. It looked a lot different down the stretch. And they were so efficient still, scoring all the touchdowns, playing at that slower pace. I mean, that was one of the big reasons I did like Josh Allen in the MVP discussion. A lot of people said statistically Lamar Jackson has such a great discussion, such great stats. But if you really watch the games, I mean, the Bills were lethal on a per drive basis and scored a ton of touchdowns and those things. But the way that they structured their offense was a little slower, a little bit more spread. But clearly it's all around Josh Allen, and all the other pieces are basically just built to support him and what he brings. I think he's fun in fantasy. I do think it makes it a little tricky for the Bills and all their pieces being like fun fantasy players.
Ben Gretsch stealing signals. One last team, we haven't checked too much on the Patriots. They've got a lot that I think should be excited about. I'll be the first one to say, I think Drake May has shades of Josh Allen. Of course, he's got a long way to go to get there. What do you think New England can expect out of their offense this year? It's kind of tough with, right, a change at coach and some new players and a quarterback that really only played, half the season last year, did not win a lot of games, but flashed enough to show people that there's reason to maybe be excited. What do you ultimately see from New England offensively as they've been pretty brutal for a couple of years here?
Yeah, their win total over under in Vegas is up to 8.5. They're expected to be a 500 team, which is one of the biggest jumps from their actual finish last year. So the market does think this is going to be a better team. They've done a lot to address the defense. Drake May looked really, really good last year. They brought in some depth at offensive lines, some free agents that kind of project more like league average types, but that should actually raise the floor for a unit that was pretty bad. And then obviously, addressed it in the draft in a big way. But this is a team that looks like they're moving the right direction, new coaching staff, everything that you mentioned, but it is a little bit hard to tell. I really like Travion Henderson, the rookie running back. I think he's got a really good profile. Obviously, 2 veteran backs and Ramondre Stevenson and Antonio Gibson there that will make it so that he's probably going to be more of a late season hit if he hits in a meaningful way for them this year, because those veterans will often get the early season work. And then they add 3 receivers in Stephon Diggs, Mac Hollins, and the rookie Kyle Williams. Obviously, 2 of those guys have the Bills ties. Hollins had his best year of his career 3 years ago under Josh McDaniels with the Raiders, and so I do think he's going to play. He played a decent amount for the Bills last year. I think Diggs, as long as he's healthy, is going to be probably the pretty clear number 1. But it's still tricky because they have most of their wide receiver room from last year back. They have Demario Douglas back. They have Kayshon Boutte back. They still have Kendrick Bourne under contract. They're paying him a good amount of money. Both the rookies from last year that didn't really do anything, Jalen Polk and Javon Baker, are back. So they have 8 wide receivers that you could tell yourself a story might be a part of the mix. I think they're going to have maybe a surprise cut or 2 in there, actually. And they still have Hunter Henry, who led the team in targets last year, and Austin Hooper, who has the second tight end, pitched in 59 targets last year. Drake May liked throwing to those 2 veteran tight ends last year. So even if this team's better, it's similar to me to the Bills, where kind of hard to put my finger on which of the passing weapons I think can consolidate the volume. That's one of the big things in fantasy I think goes overlooked, is how concentrated the targets and the volume can be. That's something I really like in Miami, as we were talking about. But in New England, I think it might be a little bit trickier. I do like May, though. I like that skill set. The vertical passing plus the mobility usually can lead to some pretty big fantasy seasons.
Ben Gretsch on the Western Hotline. Ben, thanks so much for the time. It's bengretsch.substack.com, @yardspergretsch. And really, for fantasy footballers and people who want to dig into matchups and games, it's comprehensive. There's a lot of great stuff in there. Ben, great work, and thanks for coming on.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me. Have a good one.
Ben Gretsch, up early with us. I've been a big fan of his for a while. Some of the fantasy football, or you want to see gambling stuff out there that really dig into a game and a matchup and what this team plays like and what that team plays like. He's on my short list of just really cool resources this time of year, digging into who to start in fantasy, daily fantasy, whatever you might do. So Ben Gretsch, @yardspergretsch.
When we come back in Extendo Sports, there's a wide receiver in the NFL who has asked for a trade.
I'll tell you one thing. I saw a name on the NFL Top 100 that made me think about a Bills player, and that's number 82, Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy goes from not ranked to 82, and what brought it about? It was a change of scenery.
Yeah.
He was a high draft pick. He was thought to be, like a wide receiver, one coming out of college, out of Alabama. He goes to he goes to Denver first, and it never really gets off the ground there.
No.
Then he goes to Cleveland and puts up some pretty big numbers, and he's on the NFL Top 100. And that got me thinking about Elijah Moore, what's Elijah Moore's arc? It's not quite as high profile as Jeudy, but he's a second-round pick that we would have talked about when the Browns drafted him. The Jets.
Jets, yeah.
Yeah, the Jets drafted him. He goes from the Jets to the Browns. And when he went from the Jets to the Browns, people thought, maybe there's the change of scenery. He was targeted plenty, and now he's here where, whatever. We don't talk about it from a fantasy football standpoint where it's targets and numbers, but on just ability, the guy's going to – Bills fans are starting to expect a lot from Moore, and I don't know that that's crazy. I saw one poll asking, do you think he'll have better numbers than he's ever had here? How confident are you that Moore will put up career highs in certain departments? And I think it's very possible. He's got as good a pedigree as anybody on the roster in terms of, you're a second-round pick. Keon Coleman's a second-round pick. Shakir, obviously a fifth-round pick, but looks really darn good, has come into his own. Josh Palmer is, Moore has as good a chance as anybody to be the second-best pass-catching option on this team. If you want to cap that ceiling at third best, okay, but I think the expectations for Moore are much more reasonable than last year when, you'd have people trying to convince you that Chase Claypool, also second-round pick, right? He was second-round pick.
Right.
I never thought the Claypool thing was going to get off the ground. And with Moore, I think it makes a lot of sense that it really could.
Adam Schefter reports that 49ers wide receiver Juwan Jennings, who's in the final year of his deal, he either wants a new contract or he wants a trade. He's coming off a huge year, 900 yards. He had over 100 targets.
Yep. He's really good.
He's very good. Yep.
The Niners are consistently in this spot, and my read of it, if you want it, is that what they do is they pay stars and backfill with draft picks. The Rams are this too. The Rams got this reputation for not wanting picks. It was just about firsts. They traded first for stars, and then they drafted 1 million guys in the late rounds.
Yep.
And the Niners are following a very similar model, and that means if you're going to be that, you're not going to bring back your mid guys. Right. So because of that, if you think this guy is mid and you can just replace him in the draft with a second-round pick, you save money and you only pay the really big whales, which is kind of how the Niners roster has been built.
Right.
And we wondered if they would pay Purdy. The answer to that has been yes.
Yep.
But Trent Williams, Kittle, McCaffrey,
Ayuk
eventually. They fought him, but they paid him.
Yep.
Debo back in time, they did, back when he requested a trade the first time. Fred Warner. They paid their really great players.
Yeah.
If the Niners were running the Bills, I don't think they'd bring back Terrell Bernard. I don't think they'd bring back Shakir maybe. Just the idea is if you're not an A++ guy, we're going to let you walk.
Yeah.
To a point.
Well, maybe. They if they don't have those guys, though, would they pay them? You know what I mean? If they don't have Trent Williams and Bosa
right.
and Greenlaw, and Greenlaw's not there anymore, but all those studs, maybe you're more willing to do it. I mean, Jennings, he doesn't get a contract, right?
Right.
With all that being said, they paid Ayuk, although he's coming off a knee injury, but they did pay him, and they have a first-round pick invested in Ricky Pearsall.
And here's Juwan
So they're
Jennings.
going to pay a third guy on top of those two investments?
They probably draft Pearsall knowing that they're not going to pay Jennings, I guess.
Well, they might have drafted Pearsall knowing they were going to get rid of Debo.
That's right. That's 2 years ago.
So
anyway, Juwan Jennings wants a trade. Good luck. Good luck. All right, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. We're back tomorrow morning, and you can join us bright and early. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for listening. See you tomorrow.